Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. 034 reaction time there for Daniel Young. He goes through the 637 at 106 miles an hour as Jason Rollins goes 734 at 92. Chris French coming up next. 68 Chevelle out of Ocala. And he'll run up against George Emanuel. He's out of High Springs, Florida, in his 68 Nova. All right, Robert Simpson coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Leah Tadaro in the 74 Chevy van. She's out of Gainesville. All right, Simpson's got an 033 reaction time to a 106 for Leah. Leah made it to the stripe first with a 754 at 90 miles an hour, 765 at 89 miles an hour for Simpson. Kenny Bevins coming up next, driving the Vegas station wagon from Albany, Georgia, up against Richard Lindsay out of Alachua, Florida, in his Ford Mustang. Oh, 21 reaction time there for Kenny Bevins. He goes 603 at 113 miles an hour, and Lindsay was 037, goes 644 at 109. Mike Gaffney coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll up against the Mustang number 216H. Okay, the Mustang gets there first, 613 at 109 miles an hour, 702 at 96 there for Mike Gaffney. Ryan Palmatier coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Scott Young in the Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red light start there for Palmatier. Young's 047 on the tree. Commentary gets there first with a 618 at 112 miles an hour, 664 at 102 for Scott Young. Tom Courtney coming up next, Pontiac Trans Am out of High Springs, and he'll run up against Jim Atkins out of Holly Hill, Florida. All right, 012 reaction time for Atkins, 042 for Courtney. Atkins gets there first, 629 at 108 to a 734 at 95. I'll bring up Mike French. 65 Chevelle wagon's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Amber Matz. She's out of Gainesville. No 20 reaction time for Amber. And Mike French goes through the 614 at 109 miles an hour, 670 at 100 miles an hour for Amber Matz. All right, that's going to bring up Jackie Bennett in the Chevy Camaro. All right, Keith Collins coming up over here in the Chevy Nova.
All right, our announcer had to go take a little break. He'll be back here shortly. So just bear with us. We're in the time runs of Super Pro at the moment. Just want to let y'all know that was the reason for the silence. So he had to step away. We're going to be on hold for just a moment as Brian Jones is broke down in the summit lane. Troy Volker made a run of 6.951 at 99.07 miles per hour. All right, we got Chris Duffett over here in the Lucas Oil lane, and Dave Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Duffett's from Wesley Chapel, and Hicks is from St. Augustine, Florida. David Hicks is going to get there first with a 489 to Duffett's 6077.
All right, A.J. Kelly coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Glenn Newmans. Newmans out of Alachua. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane in his Chevy Monza. Perfect reaction time there for Glenn Newmans. He goes 556 to a 496 at 137 there for A.J. Kelly. Glenn Newmans looks like he's got the bye run secured during round one. John Connick coming up next. Chevy Monza out of Ocala going up against Bill Highhouse. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane in the Chevy Camaro. Highhouse goes through the 582 at 116 miles an hour, 718 at 94 there for John Connick. All right, got a Chevy Malibu coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Don't have the information on this car handy just yet. And Darwin Garcia going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane in the Mustang. All right, Garcia goes through the 587 at 115 miles an hour, 646 at 106 on the Malibu. John Dwayne coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville in the 94 Camaro. And he'll run up against Mike Fiddler out of Summerfield. This is a 73 Plymouth Scamp. All right, John Dwayne gets there first, 603 at 113 miles an hour to a 648 at 104 for Mike Fiddler. Dan Dobson coming up next. Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. And he'll run up against Chuck Trotter. Trotter's out of McClenny, Florida. .010 reaction for Trotter. He goes through the 470 at 148. As Dobson goes 011 on the tree, goes 652 at 106. Bruce Bennett coming up next in the Chevy Vega. And Maverick Palmatier is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane in the dragster. 019 reaction time for Bennett, 021 for Palmatier. Palmatier gets to the stripe first, 454 at 151 miles an hour to a 592 at 116 for Bruce Bennett. All right, it's going to bring up the Olds Cutlass over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 2649. And Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane in his Ford Mustang. And the Olds gets there first, 611 at 110 miles an hour, 769 at 89 miles an hour. All right, got some debris on the raceway. We'll be down there, get that cleared up, and be on the back underway here in just a few minutes. All right, Jim Barbera coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 66 Chevy 2 out of Trent. Allison Holdaway is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane out of Inverness, Florida. All right, so somebody out there is missing a neck collar. Blew off while they were going down the raceway. We're going to have that up here on the starting line here shortly. So if you lost your neck collar, come up here to the starting line. It will be up here in just a few minutes as soon as Tyrone makes his way back up to the starting line. All right, Allie goes through with a 623 at 132 miles an hour. Barbera 685 at 100. Shelby Powell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 70 Chevy Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. And Lou Hawthorne out of Mims, Florida. He'll be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 010 reaction time for Sherby, 014 for Hawthorne. Lou goes through with a 457 at 152 miles an hour, 665 at 102 there for Sherby Powell. That'll bring up Nick Brown next. Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kevin Brewington will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Alright, got the pickup truck coming up next. This is M210, and Paul Allen will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Alright, 050 reaction time there in the Lucas Oil lane, 041 for Paul Allen. Pickup truck gets there first, 632 at 108 miles an hour, 693 at 100 for Paul Allen. Tom Heath coming up next. He'll be in the Ford Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against the, looks like a Monte Carlo, car number 212M. We'll be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Double 05 reaction time on the Monte Carlo. He goes through the 609, 115 miles an hour, 661 at 107 for Tom Heath. Going to bring up truck number 266H. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against car number R265. We'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Alright, 003 reaction time on the pickup truck, 130 reaction time over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Right hand lane gets there first, 623 at 109 to a 649 at 106. Chevy Chevelle coming up next. This will be car number 4775. We're up against Joe Pinkston. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane in his Chevy Malibu. He's out of Williston, Florida. Alright, 084 reaction time over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Pinkston's with a 123. Left-hand lane goes 691 at 98 miles an hour. Pinkston goes 692 at 98. Now bring up Ernie Griggs, owner of the Ocala Tire Service, and his Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Mark Daniels over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's out of Jacksonville. .004 reaction time for Mark Daniels. 034 is reaction time for Mr. Griggs. Daniels goes through first with a 496 at 138 miles an hour, as Mr. Griggs goes through with a 750 at 114. Lou Galley coming up next. Chevy Corvette out of Fort White. Going to run up against Randy Banger. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Alright, right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro bikes, pro motorcycles, lane 7, pro motorcycle, lane 7, please. O10 reaction time for Banger, 034 for Lou. Banger goes through with a 491 at 140 miles an hour, 569 at 120 for Lou Galley. Chevy Camaro coming up next, car number 2202. And Mike Risen will run over here in the strange engineering lane in his Chevy 2 Nova. .005 reaction time over there in the Lucas Oil lane. It rises with 047. The Camaro gets there first, 661 to 101 to a 662 at 102. Gary Vasquez coming up next. He's out of Alachua, Florida. And he'll run up against Keith Collins. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll run over here in the right-hand lane. Oh, 11 reaction time there for Collins. 014 for Vasquez. Vasquez gets there first, 472 at 145 to a 562 at 125 for Keith Collins. Danielle Mockney coming up next. She'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Venice, Florida. And Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida will run over here in the strange engineering lane. .002 reaction time for Kelly Hicks. 005 for Danielle. Hicks goes 456 at 149 miles an hour. Danielle goes 481 at 142. And we'll bring up a couple more dragsters. We got car number 2768 going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Grayson Wright's going to run over here in the right-hand lane. Red light start there for Grayson Wright. Left-hand lane gets there first with a 464 at 149 miles an hour, 495 at 137 for Grayson Wright. All right, got us a Nova coming up next, car number 2211. And he's going to be running up against Steve Shoemaker out of Jacksonville. He'll run over here in the strange engineering lane. right, Chad Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his pickup truck out of Middleburg. Going up against Benny Badano out of Butler, Georgia in the Ford Mustang. All right, got the Barracuda coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 5150, going against the dragster over here in the Strange Engineering lane. This is car number 270. That might be Patrick Moeller. The red light starts in both lanes. Dragster goes through with a 441 at 158 miles an hour, 739 at 94 for the CUDA. Okay, got a dragster number 232 coming up. This one ought to be interesting. Looks like this thing got a big old Pro Charger hanging off the side of it. April Prince is supposed to be running against him. All right, so a single pass coming up here for the car number 232. .424, 178 miles an hour. I think so far the quickest thing I've seen on the property so far this weekend. All right, Nate Hamilton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Fitzgerald, Georgia in the Chevy Camaro. Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy is going to be over here in the right-hand lane. All right, here's one reaction time for Nate. He goes through the 556 at 123 miles an hour as Dave Demarest goes 472 at 145. Now to bring up the next pair as we got car number 2214 is going to run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. red light started over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Kurt Carlson's had a 0.29 reaction time. Carlson goes through the 487 at 143, 520 at 132 there in the Lucas Oil lane. David Hartman coming up next. He's out of Mount Dora, Florida. And he'll run up against James Hicks Jr. out of Elkton. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Okay, red light starts in both lanes. Hicks goes through the 471, 146 to a 651 at 106 for David Hartman. Kurt Banks coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Wendy Colson is going to be in the Strange Engineering lane. He'll run over here. All right, Kurt Banks goes through the 536, 126 miles an hour, 662 at 102 there for Colson. J.D. Anderson coming up next out of Edgewater, Florida. And he'll run up against, I believe it's going to be Garrett Browning driving John Siegel's car. A13 reaction time over here in the Strange Engineering lane goes 601 at 112, 733 at 105 for J.D. Anderson. Billy Dunn coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Tim Pafford will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's out of Adel, Georgia. All right, testing into pits, testing into pits. I need Junior Street. Junior Street, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Mike Boss coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's a new car for him. He wished to take a solo hit with it to start with here, make sure everything's good. All right, so it looks like Mike's got some bugs to work out. So we're going to back him back out of the way. All right, Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Rob Hall will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. .025 reaction time for Rob Hall, .027 for Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds gets there first with a 6 flat, 113 miles an hour to a 635 at 108 for Rob Hall. All right, got the Mustang coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 216H, and Ray Northrup from Trenton, Florida is going to be in the Chevy 2 Nova. so the Chevy Camaro goes through with a 571 at 122 miles an hour, and Wayne Campbell went through the 619 at 110. All right, so the next pair fixing to come out of the water box, we're going to have Darwin Garcia out of Eustis, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Jackie Bennett out of Palatka is going to be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Jackie Bennett's going to get there first, 451, 153 miles an hour as Darwin Garcia goes through the 586 at 115. Roy Hagedorn coming up next in the Ford Mustang. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against the Chevy 2 Nova over here in the Strange Engineering lane. This is car number 2288. All right, Mike Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane out of Green Cove Springs. Going up against the Malibu, car number 768. We'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. Need for Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. right, Ken Grant over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Daniel Young's over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Ken Grant goes through with a 565 121 to a 640 at 106. All right, Mike Boss coming up here in the Chevy Corvette Roadster. All right, so Boss went through the 905. He's still got some bugs to work out of it. Glenn Newman's coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy Monza out of Alachua, Florida. Run up against the S10 pickup over here in the right-hand lane. It's car number 1027. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. 005 reaction time there for Glenn Newmans. He goes 556 as the pickup truck goes through with a 640 at 110. Rob Reynolds coming up next. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. And he'll be running against the dragster over here in the right-hand lane, car number 2353. All right, the dragster goes through the 527, 129 miles an hour, 660 at 97 there for Rob Reynolds. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up next. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Will Highhouse. He'll run over here in the right-hand lane. .022 reaction time for Highhouse, 066 for Palmatier. Palmatier goes 455 at 151 to a 585 at 115 for Highhouse. Trent Horton coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. He'll run up against Kenny Bevins over here in the Strange Engineering lane. .009 reaction time for Trent Horton. He'll get to the stripe first, 463 at 148 miles an hour, 601 at 113 for Kenny Bevins. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Randy Banger will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. reaction time for Jones. He goes 4:46 at 156. 005 is reaction time for Randy Banger. He went 4:92 at 140. Jason Graham coming up next out of Jacksonville, the Chevy 2 Nova. He'll be running up against Greg Lubin out of Hawthorne, and the Nova, he'll run up here in the right-hand lane. All right, here we go to the pro bikes, and we got Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Scott DeLong. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. I need 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older will be in lane 1. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters, Junior Dragsters. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. All right, Dwayne Schmidt goes through with an 875 at 150 miles an hour, 920 at 143 there for Scott DeLong. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Brandon Rodriguez out of Bellevue. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. .837 at 153 there for Dwayne Leachman, 915 at 150 for Brandon Rodriguez. Larry Berger coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville, and he'll run up against Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights. All right, Junior Street, load up, please. Junior Street, load up. All right, Roy Johnson's going to make it to the stripe first down there with 11 at 121 as Larry Berger goes through with a 14:37 at 78. Anthony Vieira coming up next out of Palm Coast. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Bob Boats. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Anthony's going to make it to the strap. Anthony's bike's slowing way down there. Satham creeps around him down on the top end with 11:06 and 119 as Anthony's bike slowing way down. See him at 11:92 at 67. Reggie Reginald Harper coming up next. He's out of Palm Coast. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chuck Willem, he's out of Reddick, Florida. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. Named by 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, looks like Harper is going to get to the stripe first, 887 at 149 to a 1014 at 129. All right, so here we go into Junior Street. We got Caden Holdaway. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Molly Banger will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Molly Banger goes through with a 984 with 74 miles an hour, 1103 at 66 there for Caden Holdaway. All right, Tanner Mockney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks got no 30 reaction time going against Chelsea Dwayne. She's 092 on the tree. Chelsea gets to the stripe first, 6 with a 952, 75 miles an hour to a 1033 at 69 for Tanner. And Briella Browning coming up next. The Ford Flex over here on the Lucas Oil side. All right, 16 red there for Briella. You got a red light, do it, get it out of the way early. 11:12 at 64 miles an hour. All right, that wraps up the first time session of Junior Street. Now we're going to Sportsman. And we got a GTO coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 0737. Going up against John Lamdola. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane in his Pontiac Firebird. All right, better reaction time on the GTO, 079 to an 091. Looks like Lambdolo is going to have the performance edge, and he's going to get to the stripe first, 12:28 and 113 miles an hour to a 13:32 at 104. Scott DeLeon coming up next. Chevy Malibu out of Bellevue. Dan Salyers, 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. All right, 027 reaction time for DeLeon. Salyers pulled the trigger a little bit early on the money. 11:55 at 114 miles an hour there for Scott DeLeon, and 11:99 and 110 for Dan Salyers. Adam Wills coming up next, 87 Oldsmobile, and he'll run up against Kevin Roberts out of St. Peter's. He actually out of Hawthorne, Florida, in his 69 Camaro. All right, Adam Wells gets to the stripe first, 11:24, 117 miles an hour to an 11:80 at 114 for Kevin Roberts. All right, Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Dennis Harsh will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 128 reaction time for Barrier, 154 for Harsh. And Barrier goes through 1177 at 115 to a 1239 at 110. All right, Camaro number 201 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against the S10 Blazer over here in the right-hand lane. All right, Monica Roberts over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Jacob Richards over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Monica's 039 on the tree to an 085 for Jacob. And Jacob goes through with a 1225 at 110 miles an hour, 1261 at 106 there for Monica. Bring up Michael Martin next. He's out of Gainesville in the S10 pickup truck. Chad King's going to run over there in the Strange Engineering lane in his Pontiac Firebird. .047 reaction time for King. Martin's got a 149. Looks like Chad King's going to make it to the stripe first with a Pontiac as he goes 1201 at 114 miles an hour, 1283 at 104 there for Michael Martin. Mickey Pierce coming up next. Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chris Courtney out of Gainesville, the Pontiac Trans Am, is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. .029's reaction time for Pierce, 083 for Courtney. Courtney goes through with an 1112 at 120 miles an hour to an 1137 at 112 for Mickey Pierce. All right, Clint Wilson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Nova out of Providence, Florida. Going against the Trans Am over here in the Strange Engineering lane, starting at 1830. All right, attention to the pits. You got a parts call. I'm looking for a MagnaFlow 275 electric fuel pump. If you've got one out there spare, this April Prince could sure use it. So get in touch with April if you've got a MagnaFlow 275 fuel pump available. She would love to go back racing. A red, white, and blue S10. All right, Jen Robart's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's out of Jacksonville. Blake Scott going to be over here in the right-hand lane in the Corvette. All right, looks like the Corvette's going to make it to the stripe first. He goes 1181 at 115, 1303 at 102 for Jen Robarts. Alan Hill coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Jeff Grafton over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, 033 is reaction time for Hill. 050 for Jeff Grafton. Hill goes through 1108 at 121 to an 1173 at 114. All right, got the F350 coming up over here, B217, going against the 56 Chevy over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, looks like 56 Chevy is going to make it to the stripe first down there as he goes through the 1271 at 104 miles an hour, 1496 at 94 for the pickup. Mark Horton coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going up against Mitchell Gunner, Dodge Charger out of Stark. All right, 057 reaction time for Horton, 036 for Mitch Gunner. Horton goes through 1177 at 114 to a 1376 at 99 for Mitch. Brian Stovall coming up next in the Buick Grand National. And we're up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Strange Engineering lane. This will be car number 209. All right, Camaro gets to the stripe first with a 1083. It's a little bit quick. You'll have to slow it down to run in the class. 1144 is going to be the run there for Brian Stovall. Robert Simpson off and running. He's got no 20 reaction time. .1207 at 110 there for Simpson. All right, here we go. We got Shaw Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Lake Butler, going up against car number 2420 over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 6 to 9-year-old juniors come up to the staging lanes for a chip draw, please. 6 to 9-year-old juniors come to back to the staging lanes for a chip draw. I'm sorry, down at the turnoff. 6 to 9-year-old juniors go back to the turnoff and meet Jody down there to do a chip draw. All right, Peyton Duffin coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane out of Wesley Chapel. Johnny Moxley is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Rider Horse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Inverness, Florida. Going up against Jace Santiago out of Orlando. .904, 71 miles an hour there for Rider Horse. 904 at 71 for Jace Santiago. Xander Cook coming up next. He's out of Middleburg. He'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Then we get Colton Lundquist out of Lakeland. All right, Ryan Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Lincoln McMaster. And it looks like Lincoln having some problems with his car.
Give us a few moments. Having a little problem with one of our cameras.
All right, Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Claire Tolliver will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. .847 to 75 miles an hour over there for Sierra, 799 for Claire. Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. And Brooklyn Collins is going to be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, got a parts call out there. If anybody's got a CSR small block Chevy water pump if they'd like to sell CSR small block Chevy water pump, I got a driver in need. So you can let me know up here. It's going to be for Kevin White. You can let me know up here. I've got his phone number. We'll be glad to get you hooked up. If you have a CSR small block Chevy water pump for sale, got a driver in need. All right, Kevin White. If you want to see Keith Collins at KC Automotive, they apparently have a water pump that will work for you. Kevin White. Check with Keith Collins down there at KC Automotive. They're down there past the fuel depot. They can help you out with your water pump. All right, attention to the pits. Jeans Glass Pro ET, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.
Reliability, to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, look like they're going to do a little touch up on the track real quick. Before we dive into our first round of eliminations. I'd like to thank everyone joining us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media for Gainesville Raceway's Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. This is race number 9 on the season, and if everything goes as planned tomorrow, weather-wise, we'll be doing number 10 tomorrow. So we'll go ahead and run through the categories the way everything's going to run today. So we're going to have Jeans Glass Pro first round, Super Pro Motorcycle, followed by FB Trailers Super Pro, Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen Speed Shop Sportsman Class, and FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. So that'll be the run order. Like I said, as soon as they get finished touching up the track, we'll be right back to racing. So just bear with us. Yeah, sorry, Heather. We were having a little bit of problem with the camera down track. Something with the power cord going in it wouldn't match up right, and it kept on making the camera go off. But I think we've got it solved now, and hopefully it'll stay playing the rest of the day without any problems.
right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get Mr. Green up here to do our invocation and such, just a couple things I want to let y'all know about. I know it's hot out there, but guys, don't remove your helmets before you get off the track. And apparently that was an issue earlier, so let's make sure you keep your hat on until you get off the track, then you can peel that stuff off. So please help us out with that. Do remember, as usual, that we do keep the speed limit down to 15 miles an hour in the pits. And we're not supposed to have the kids out there riding the golf cart, scooters, and stuff like that. So please help us out with all that. I mean, all y'all know the rules, so let's try and do your part and make this thing work. All right, so that being said, this time I'm going to ask everybody please rise. Is Mr. Phil Green's going to lead us in our invocation. We'll follow it up with our national anthem. So, Mr. Green, if you please.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for the opportunity to be here once again doing what we love to do. And Lord, we lift up the staff and crew here working hard for us in the humid heat, Lord, to give us a fair and safe racing service, Lord. I just pray blessings upon them. Lord, I lift up a prayer for peace and comfort for Jennifer, Lord, a young lady that's friends with the Barons, Lord, and she suddenly lost her 54-year-old brother, Michael. Lord, I know that feeling, and I just ask for peace and comfort that only you can give her. Lord, be with us throughout the rest of this day. Give us a good day. Keep us safe as we race, watch, and play, and travel home. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Now our national anthem. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be ready to go here in just a few minutes. Zaremba coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 71 Dodge Dart out of Inverness, Florida. Has got a 640 dialed in. Coming up against Garrett Browning over here in the Strange Engineering lane, 605 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, win light came off for Lee Zaremba as he goes 641 on his 640 dial in. Garrett bows out with a 616 on his 605. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 735 is going to be dial in for the Tesla. He'll run up against Maverick Palmatier over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 617 is going to be his dial in. All right, Maverick Palmatier picks up the win light here as he goes dead on with a 1-006 on the tree. He puts the 7th thou pack together as J.D. Anderson breaks out with a 733 on his 35. Chris Duffett coming up next out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. 728 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Curtis Peak over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 663 dialed in on his S10 pickup truck. And at the stripe, it's going to be Curtis Peak picking up the win light here as he goes 665 on his 663 dial in. As Duffett slowed to go 729 on a 28. He was behind by 200s on the Christmas tree. That'll bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 564 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Dan Salyers. Salyers over here in the Strange Engineering lane in the 71 Monte Carlo. He's got a 758 dialed in. All right, 38 thou there, 39 thou separate the two at the starting line. It's going to be Salyers picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 764 on his 758 dial in. He got lucky there because he was behind on the Christmas tree, but Jeremy wasn't able to run the number with the motorcycle. John Dwayne coming up next. 603 is going to be the dial in for the 94 Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Greg Lubin. Greg's over here in Hawthorne, Florida. 655 is the dial in for the 75 Nova. All right, Keith Collins Sr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Pontiac Firebird, going up against Richard Lindsay out of Alachua, 644, the dial in for the Ford Mustang. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Richard Lindsay picking up the win light here, 657 on his 644, as Keith Collins goes 766 on his 740. like this is going to be a competition single here. Tim Pafford, 741 is going to be his dial in. He's going to get the single pass here. And Pafford goes through the 683 on his 741. All right, attention to the pits. If you've got a water outlet housing for a small block Chevy, the water that goes on the intake manifold, Rob Reynolds is needing one. His is leaking. So if you've got a water neck for a small block Chevrolet, get with Rob Reynolds. He sure could use it to get back in the race. Adam Wills coming up next. 713 is going to be the dial-in on the Oldsmobile. Going up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 689 dialed in. All right, Randy Holbrook coming up next. 648 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck, going up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 750 is going to be the dial-in for the Tesla. And red light's going to come on for Randy Holbrook on a red light start by Grafton. Mike Gaffney coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 701, the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Here we're up against Ralph Bratton. 627 is going to be the dial in for the El Camino. And a perfect reaction time for Mike Gaffney, and he breaks out and gives the race back to Ralph Bratton. He goes 699 on his 701 dial. He had a perfect reaction time. Bratton's 024 goes 630 on his 627. Mike Mockney coming up next. 620 is going to be the dial in on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Daniel Young. He's got a 641 dialed in on his Pontiac Firebird. All right, Ken Grant coming up next. 629 is going to be the dial in for the Nova over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against George Emanuel. 770 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. I need a Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. All right, red light's going to come on for Ken Grant as he goes dead on 4. And George Emanuel breaks out by 4 thousandths. Michael Popwell coming up next. 785 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Waycross. He'll be going up against Bubba Browning over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 605 is the dial in. He's out of Sarasota. All right, looks like we got some Ford and Chevy matchups coming up here. Paul Allen in the Maverick going up against Corky Alford and the S10 pickup. Looks like we got about 24,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Paul Allen picking up the win line there, 698 on his 695 dial in. Corky goes out with a 704 on his 701. Going to bring up Bill Waller next, the Ford Ranger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. 643 is going to be his dial in. All right, only 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Waller picking up the win line here, 656 on his 655 dial in. Good run there for him. Dan Warren goes 647 on his 643. Mike Bennett coming up next out of Green Cove Springs. 665 is going to be the dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Nate Hamilton, need you to come to the second floor of the tower, please. Nate Hamilton, need you to come to the second floor of the timing tower, please. Kenny Bevins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 609 is going to be the dial in on the Chevy Vega out of Albany, Georgia. Going up against Wendy Colston out of Valdosta, Georgia. 661 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, Anthony Vieira coming up next. 550 is going to be the dial in for the bike over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Clint Wilson, 688 the dial in for the Nova out of Providence. Red light start by Anthony is going to give Clint Wilson the automatic win. Wilson goes through the 694 on his 688 dial in. All right, Byron's coming up here over this next round. Pro Eliminators running right now, y'all already know. Super Pro, Glenn Newman's 2555. You got the Byron round number 1. Junior Street, car number 2930. And in Sportsman, car R242. Those are your Byrons for round number 1. James Turner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Michael Hart. Hart with a 615 dial in goes 624 at 108 miles an hour. James Evans coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 697 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Lee Hauser. 731 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dart. Okay, the win light's going to come on down there for James Evans as he goes 698 on his 697 dial-in as Hauser breaks out with a 725 on his 731. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 723 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie's got a 667 dial-in. He's out of Middleburg driving that 1970 Camaro. All right, win light's going to come off for Scott DeLeon on a double breakout. He went 721 on a 723. Ernie goes 664 on his 667. All right, D. Lichty coming up next. 662 is going to be the dial-in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. Going to run up against Jason Rollins. Rollins got a 732 dialed in on his Pontiac Firebird. He's out of High Springs. All right, Phil Green coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 608 is going to be the dial-in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. And we're going up against the Dodge Charger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 655 is the dial-in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And Phil Green's going to get the win light here as he goes 612 on his 608 dial-in as the Charger goes 666 on a 655. Martin Eld coming up next. S10 pickup out of Middleburg. 635 is going to be his dial-in. Going up against Tom Courtney over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 733 is the dial-in for the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, 16th foul separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe on a double breakout, Martin Eld's going to get the win light here as he breaks out by 8th foul. Tom Courtney breaks out by a whole 100th. That's going to bring up the Plymouth over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 725 is the dial-in. Going up against Tim Nelson. Tim in the Dodge Challenger. 635 is the dial-in for the Hemi-powered car. So Dodge over here, Plymouth over here, looks like close to a 65, maybe a Belvedere or something. Not sure yet. Don't have all the information handy. All right, hang on to it, Tim. All right, so Tim getting a little loose out there. He got out of the groove with it, and he'll still pick up the win as the old Plymouth broke out on the top end, giving the race back to Tim Nelson. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 716 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Blake Scott over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 740 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Corvette. Red light start there by Blake Scott. It's going to give Mickey Pierce the automatic win. And Pierce goes through with a 715 on his 716 dial-in. David Zinke coming up next. 704 is going to be the dial-in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. He'll go up against Scott Young over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 665, the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we go, double red light start. The win light's going to come off for David Zinke as he had the better of the two red light starts. He goes 7:02 on a 7:04. Scott Young goes 6:59 on his 6:65. All kinds of red showing up on the screen up here. Robert Simpson coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. 7:65 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. Going up against Chris French. Chris has got a 6:50 dialed in. He'll run over here on the Strange Engineering lane. Yeah, red light start there for Chris French. Going to give Robert Simpson the automatic win. And Simpson goes 7:64 on his 7:65. Chris went 6:52 on the 6:50. Chad King coming up next. 7:69 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go up against Mike French out of Ocala. 6:15 the dial in for the 65 Malibu Wagon. All right, 9 fouls separate the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's Mike French picking up the win light here as he goes 6:17 on a 15 dial in. Chad King went 7:70 on his 7:69, but he was behind just a little bit on the Christmas tree there. Mike French picks up the win by 85 10,000ths of a second. Alan Hill coming up next. 7:03 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Leah Tadero. She's got a 7:57 dialed in. She'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:06 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Kenny Bevins over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 6:09 is his dial in. Big wheels up start there for Aaron Reynolds. And Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 6:07 on a 6:06 dial in. Kenny Bevins breaks out 6:06 on his 6:09. Amber Matt's coming up next. 6:75 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. She'll up against Jim Atkins out of Holly Hill, Florida. 6:38 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. All right, win line's going to come on down there for Amber Matz on a double breakout. She broke out by the least amount. She'll move on into round number 2. Brings up Wyatt Palmatier. 6:21 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Corky Alford over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 7:04 is his dial in. Red line start there by Corky Alford is going to give the automatic win light here to Wyatt Palmatier. Palmatier goes dead on 7. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 6:95 is going to be his dial in on the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll run up against Tony Gambardella. 6:42 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, got a clean green light start. 19th thou separate the two at the starting line. And at the strike, Tony Gambardello is going to get the win light here, 6:46 on his 6:42 dial in. All right, bye run coming up here from Michael Peak. Michael out of Quitman, Georgia. 6:13 the dial in for the Vega. All right, Pete goes through with a 6:10 on that 6:13 dial in. All right, here we go to the motorcycles, and we got Mike Likoski coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:57 is the dial in. He's out of Fleming Island, Florida. Then we're up against Roy Johnson over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 7:10 is going to be his dial in. All right, win line is going to come off for Likoski as he goes 5:58 on his 5:57 dial in. All right, red light start for Tom Moats. Going to give Scott DeLeon the automatic win. He goes through the 568 on his 567. Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 567 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 555 dialed in. All right, 4,000 separates the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. picking up the win light here on a double breakout. And that'll bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis. He'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. Sandy with a 555 dial in. And the win light is going to come on for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. All right, so here we go to Super Pro, and we're going to have Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be his dial in. Going against Keith Collins over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 564 is his dial in. Got 200ths of a second separate to the starting line. This is going to be Brian Jones picking up the win light here as he goes 449 on his 448. As Keith Collins goes 566 on his 564. All right, here comes Tolliver over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 655 is going to be 650 is going to be the dial in. Mark Horton is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 466 dialed in. All right, Mark Horton picks up the win light here as he goes 467 on his 466 dial in. He had a 009 reaction time, so good run there for Horton. As Tolliver breaks out with a 644 on his 650. Danielle Bachny coming up next. 481 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida, going against Trent Horton He's got a 491 dialed in. He's out of Callahan. All right, 16,000 separate the two at the starting line. It's going to be Danielle Mockney getting the win line here. She goes dead on 5 with a 001 reaction time. She put a 6,000 pack together. Horton was 017, didn't have a shot. AJ Kelly coming up next. 495 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. And he'll run up against John Siegel over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 601 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, Dan Dobson coming up next over here, Lucas Oil side of the track. 653 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll go up against Jason Graham. Graham's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Set 571 is the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. Red line start there, but Jason Graham's going to give Dan Dobson the automatic win. Dobson goes 649 on his 53 dial, and Jason goes dead on 3. Unfortunately, pulled the trigger too early. Give the race to Dobson. Yeah. John Dwayne coming up next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. Glenn Newmans. He's out of Alachua, Florida. 556 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne picking up the win light there as Glenn Newmans breaks out by 2,000ths of a second. Billy Dunn coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Tim Pafford. Pafford out of Adel, Georgia is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, win light's going to come off of Billy Dunn as he goes 469 on his 468. Pafford went out with a 729 on his 728. right, a Chevy Chevelle coming up over here. 4775, 690 is going to be the dial in. And he'll be running up against Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, Florida. 472 is going to be the dial in. Okay, the red light's going to come off for Dave Demarest on a double red light start. All right, got a pair of dragsters coming up next here. And we got 440 is dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track for car number 232. And all right, Jackie Bennett's going to be over there on the Strange Engineering lane. He's out of Palatka, Florida. And looks like the Pro Charger dragster's having some problems. They're going to push him back out of the way. All right, Troy Volker coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Greg Lubin over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 654 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. Red light start there by Troy Volker is going to give Greg Lubin the automatic win. And Greg goes through the 650 on his 654. All right, John Connick coming up next. 717 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. Steve Shoemaker's out of Jacksonville. 473 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Steve Shoemaker picking up the win line here. 476 on a 473, as Connick goes 718 on his 717. Jim Barbera coming up next. 686 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton. He'll go up against Bubba Browning. He's in the Chevy 2 over here in the Strange Engineering lane. I believe he's out of Wesley Chapel. Perfect reaction time there for Bubba Browning. And he goes through the 601 on a 602 on red light start. Was 001 for Jim Barbera. So Barbera missed a perfect reaction time by 1/1000th of a second. All right, Camaro number 2202 coming up next. 661 is going to be the dial in. We're going up against the dragster over there in the Strange Engineering lane. It's car number 527. All right, 400 seconds separate the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be the dragster picking up the win light here. 529 on a 527 dial in. It's going to be up car number R265. 623 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And they'll be going up against car number 2118. That's the dragster. That's Allison Holdaway over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 517 is going to be her dial in. All right, win light comes over there in the Lucas Oil lane. 625 on a 623 dial in. Good run there for them as Allison goes out with a 523 on her 517. All right, Sherby Powell coming up next. 664 is his dial in. He turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Sister Ray Northrup. And he runs 565 on that 569 dial in. All right, it's going to bring up the Nova, car number 2211. Got a 585 dialed in. We're up against Kelly Hicks. Hicks with a 455 dialed in. He is out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 15,000 separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be the Nova picking up the win light. 587 on a 585 dial in. Maverick Palmateer coming up next. 454 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of DeLand. He'll up against Will Highhouse. Highhouse has a 586 dial in on the Chevy Camaro. red light start by Maverick Palmatier is going to give Will Highhouse the automatic win. And he goes 584 on his 586 dial in. All right, got another dragster coming up next. This is car number 2214. It's got a 520 dialed in. He'll run up against Darwin Garcia. 586 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start, 23,000. Separate the two at the starting line. It's going to be Darwin Garcia getting the win light here as he goes 587 on his 586. All right, Ernie Griggs coming up next. 72 Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 744 dialed in. He'll run up against Ron Schaefer. Schaefer with a 769 dialed in. And the win light comes off Ernie Griggs as he goes through with a 747 on his 44 dial in. As Schaefer breaks out with a 766 on his 769. All right, win light's going to come on over there for Bruce Bennett. That brings up the next pairs. We got the Barracuda coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 716 is going to be the dial in. Mike Risen will be over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 662 dialed in. All right, station into pits. Junior Street, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street, make your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, David Hartman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 657 is his dial in. Going up against Grayson Wright over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 495 is his dial in. All right, looks like 9,000 separate the two at the starting line. And Grayson Wright's going to pick up the win lights. He goes 497 on his 495. All right, that's going to bring up dragster number 2768. 464 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Chuck Trotter. Trotter out of McClenny, Florida's got a 469 dialed in. All right, Barry Rowell coming up next. He's out of Nahunta, Georgia. 607 is going to be the dial in. And here up against Mike Fiddler out of Summerfield. 647 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scamp. All right, Gary Vasquez coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 472 is going to be his dial in, going up against James Hicks Jr. He's also got 472 dialed in. Red light start for Vasquez, going to give the automatic win here to Hicks. And Hicks goes dead on one. All right, here comes the S10 pickup truck, 266H. It's got 648 dialed in. Going against the dragster, number 270. I think that's like Tim Bowler or something like that. 443 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Patrick Bowler, I believe it is. Red light start on the pickup truck is going to give the dragster the automatic win. And he goes dead on 5 with a 050 reaction time. All right, it's going to bring up the next vehicle. We got another S10 pickup coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. This is going to be car number M210. And Ken Grant will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 565 is going to be the dial in. And at the stripe, Ken Grant's going to get the win light here as he goes 568 on his 565 dial in. All right, looks like got a Cutlass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 is going to be the dial in. I believe that might be Brian Bednar. And he'll run up against the S10 pickup truck. This is Mike Minnick. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 660 is his dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. And Mike Minnick's going to get the win light here as he goes 661 on his 660. All right, Tom Heath coming up next. 660 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. And he'll run up against Wendy Colson in the Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 660 dialed in as well. All right, Paul Allen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 694 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Daniel Young. Daniel will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 641 is his dial in. A red light start there for Paul Allen is going to give Daniel Young the automatic win. And he goes through the 636 on his 641. J.D. Anderson coming up next out of Edgewater, Florida in the Tesla. And Joe Pinkston out of Williston, 693 is the dial in for the Malibu. All right, win light's going to come off for Anderson as he goes through the 734 and the 732 as Joe Pinkston breaks out by 12 thousandths. All right, Michael Hart coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Vinny Badano out of Butler, Georgia. 631 is going to be his dial in. All right, red line start for Vinny. And the win light comes on 614 on a 615 dial in. 109 miles an hour. All right, comes Lou Galley. Lou with a 561 dialed in on the Chevy Corvette. Here we run up against Lou Hawthorne. Lou's out of Mims, Florida. 457 is his dial in. we go. We got a clean start. And at the stripe, it's going to be Lou Hawthorne picking up the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Chad Kennedy coming up next. 634 is going to be his dial in. And here up against Kevin Brewington. 664 is going to be his dial in the Chevy Camaro. All right, once again, looking for Junior Street, the lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, these are the lanes 1 and 2. All right, Kurt Banks coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Hastings, Florida. 538 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run up against Wayne's World. Wayne Campbell over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 619 dialed in. All right, Mike Lukowski coming up next. 540 is going to be his dial in. Going against Rob Hall out of Dade City. 619 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. All right, on a double breakout, Mike Lukowski is going to pick up the win. All right, Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He'll be in the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against April Prince. She's got a 621 dial in. And the red light's going to come off for Hagedorn as he goes through the 635 on his 633 dial in. All right, got the Chevy Camaro coming up next. 572 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Scott Browning will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Scott Browning goes dead on 0 with a 10 reaction time. Good run there for him as the competitor in the Lucas Oil lane went dead on 6 with a 12 reaction time. Dan Dobson coming up next. Chevy Monza out of Gainesville's got 649 dialed in. He went up against Kurt Carlson. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 486 dial in. Dan Dobson's going to get the win light here as he goes 6:51 on his 6:49 dial in, as Kurt Carlson slows to a 5:35 on his 4:86 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up car number 221. Might be David Harris. And Kelly Hicks is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 456 is his dial in. All right, red light start there by Kelly Hicks is going to give the automatic win to the Lucas Oil lane, who broke out with a 467 on his 468, but still Hicks has to give the win away. He was dead on with a 0. It was 003 red. Darwin Garcia coming up next. 586 is his dial in. He'll run up against Randy Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 494 dialed in. All right, Randy Banger is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on one with an 18 reaction time. Garcia breaks out by a 100th of a second. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. He's got a 606 dialed in. And he'll run up against Tolliver over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 640 dialed in. And the big wheels up start there for Aaron Reynolds. Looks like 8,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Tolliver picking up the win light here as he goes dead on one with a 23 reaction time. Aaron Reynolds goes dead on two with an 031. AJ Kelly coming up next. 495 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Jason Graham. Graham's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 571 dialed in. Jason Graham's going to get the win light here as he goes dead on zero with a 23 reaction time. As Kelly readily let his chances away. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 448 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against David Hicks over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 489 is going to be his dial in. All right, 4-5 separate the two at the starting line and at the stripe. Brian Jones is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. John Siegel coming up next out of Riverview, Florida. 567 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're up against Will Highhouse. 584 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 458 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Trent Horton. Trent's out of Callahan, Florida. 465 is going to be his dial in. All right, my run coming up here for Glenn Newmans. All right, Glenn pulled the trigger just a little bit early, but that's all right on the buy run. He goes dead on with an 8. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 837 is going to be his dial in, going up against Tom Moats. Tom out of Ocala's got a 1097 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. I need Allen, Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, win light's going to come off for Dwayne Leachman as he goes through with an 844 on his 837. All right, Reginald Harper coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 885 dialed in. Brandon Rodriguez is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 916 is his dial in. Red line started by Brandon Rodriguez. Going to give Reginald Harper the automatic win. And he goes through with an 879 on his 885 dial in. Anthony Vieira coming up next. 873 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against Larry Berger. 1411 the dial in for Berger's Harley. All right, Roy Johnson picks up the win there over Chuck Woolham. All right, Scott Leon coming up next. 918 is going to be his dial in. Going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr., he's got an 873 dialed in. All right, here we go, Junior Street. And we're going to have Caden Holdaway coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1104 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Chelsea Dwayne. 952 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Red light start there for Chelsea Dwayne. Going to give the automatic win here to Caden Holdaway. Caden goes 1096 on his 1104 dial in. It's going to bring up Briella Browning. 1118 is the dial in on the Ford Flex. She'll run up against Molly Banger. 981 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Briella Browning's going to pick up the win right there on a double breakout. It's going to bring up Tanner Mockney. 1132 is going to be his dial in. All right, Adam Wills coming up next. 1125 is going to be the dial in for the Olds Cutlass. He'll be running up against Brian Stovall out of Palmetto for 1142 is the dial in for the Buick Grand National. All right, Tushing into pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Dragsters, let's start making our way into the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior Dragsters, start making your way to the lanes, please. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Brian Stovall. He goes 11:47 on his 11:42 dial-in. All right, got a GTO coming up next. This will be car number 0737. He's got a 1336 dialed in. Going to run against John Lamdola over there in the Strain Engineering lane. He's got a 1230 dialed in. Red light start for the GTO is going to give Lamdola the automatic win light. And John goes through the 1234 on his 1230 dial-in. Bart Pangolian coming up next. 1263 is going to be the dial-in on the Chevy Corvette. He's going to run up against Dan Sayers. Sayers got a 1202 dialed in on his Monte Carlo. Red line start there for Dan Sayers is going to give Bart the automatic win. And Bart goes through the 1262 on his 63 dial-in. Chad King coming up next. 1202 is going to be the dial-in on the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going against the Camaro over here in the Strain Engineering lane. 11 flat the dial-in. And it's going to be Chad King hitting the win light here as he goes 1206 on his 1202 dial-in as the Camaro breaks out with a 1088 on his 11 flat dial-in. Mark Horton coming up next, 1185 the dial-in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Callahan. He'll run up against Chris Courtney out of Gainesville. 713 the dial-in for the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. The wind light's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney on a double breakout as he breaks out by 8 thou. And Mark Horton broke out by a bunch. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 1243 is going to be the dial-in for the Infinity. He'll go up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee. 1175 the dial-in for the Tesla. All right, once again, looking for my Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older lane 1. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 11:36 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Jason Rollins in his 95 Firebird. He's got 11:58 dialed in. All right, looks like 11th will separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Mickey Pierce picking up the win light here as Jason Rollins breaks out. All right, get the S10 Blazer coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1380 is going to be the dial in. Blake Scott's going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1178 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. And Blake Scott's going to get the win light here as he goes 1191 on his 1178 dial in. As Blazer goes 1384 on his 1380. He was way behind on the Christmas tree. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1180 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger, going up against Alan Hill. And Barrier pulls the trigger too early on his, turns on the red light, gives Alan Hill the automatic win. And the win light's going to come on over there for Alan Hills. He goes 1097 on 11 flat dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1147 is going to be his dial in. Here went up against car number 56. It says it's Thomas Murphy. I'm not sure if that's really right or not. 1169 is going to be the dial in for the 56 Chevrolet. And the win light comes on for Scott DeLeon as he goes 1147 on his 1147 dial in. And the 56 breaks out by 1/1000. That's going to bring up the Chevy Camaro, car number 201. 1169 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Jacob Richards over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 1225 is his dial in. And a red light start there for Richards is going to give the Camaro the automatic win. And the Camaro goes through 1171 on his 1169. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1259 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's going to run up against Steve Strickland in his 23 Chevy Camaro. He's got 1165 dialed in. All right, clean green light start. Monica's definitely got the better reaction time. Let's see if she can hold on to it down on the top end. She does. She runs dead on with a 5 with a 004 reaction time. She puts a 9th pack together. It's a good run there from Monica Roberts. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1702 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup. He's going up against Mitchell Gunner. He's out of Stark in the 14 Dodge Charger. He's got 1376 dialed in. All right, kind of clean green light start. One of them's a little bit tardy. We'll see how this works out down on the top end. And on a double breakout, Mitch Gunner is going to get the win light here as he goes 1373 on his 76 dial in. And Jay Dickinson's probably wondering where all the horsepower came from because he went 1675 on a 1702 dial. All right, Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1284 dialed in. And he'll run up against Jen Robards over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1290 is going to be her dial in. Red light started by Mike Martin is going to give Jen Robards the automatic win light. All right. All right, here we go. We got Robert Simpson coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1204 is going to be his dial in. Going against Kevin Roberts over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 1282 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like about 8 thou separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Kevin Roberts picking up the win light there as he goes dead on zero. Good run there for Kevin Roberts. All right, attention to the pits. Clint Wilson. Need you to come back to the staging lanes, please. Clint Wilson. Need you to come back to the staging lanes for a rerun, please. our junior dragsters, and we're going to have Shaw Daniel coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1201 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Hudson Matz over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got 1195 dialed in. All right, one of them was real good. One of them's a little bit tardy. And looks like Hudson Matz is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 1207 on his 1195 as Shaw Daniel breaks it out with 1196 on his 1201. All right, Caleb Hamilton coming up next. 1390 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. And he'll run up against car number 2520. 1190 will be the dial in over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Bradley Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1195 is going to be her dial in. Going up against the car number 223. 1603 is going to be the dial in. All right, and the win light's going to come on for Holdaway on a double breakout. She went 1193 on her 1195. All right, 1190 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1290 is going to be the dial in over here in the right-hand lane. Landon Siegel over there on the Lucas Oil side track, 1195 is going to be the dial in. And Landon goes through at 1173 on that 1195 dial in. All right, Brooklyn Collins coming up next. 1390 is going to be the dial in. All right, looks like we're going to go into some of the bigger kids as we got Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Scarlett Hicks is going to run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, red light started by Scarlett Hicks. It's going to give Blake Jones the automatic win. And Blake goes through with an 892 on his 898. Scarlett went 909 on her 913. Johnny Moxley coming up next. 895 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 910 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there by Johnny Moxley is going to give Hicks the automatic win. And Wyatt goes through with a 901 on his 910 dial in. Johnny went 891 on his 895. Weston Daniel coming up next. 910 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Xander Cook. 890 will be the dial in over here in the right-hand lane. All right, 11th aisle, separate these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Weston Daniel getting the win line here as he goes 915 on that 910 dial in. That'll bring up Briella Browning next. 895 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. And Ryder Horst will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 890 dialed in. He's out of Inverness. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go with the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Briella Browning. She goes 896 on her 895 dial in. Ryder Horst goes out with an 897 on his 890. All right, Jace Santiago coming up next. He's got 905 dialed in. He'll run up against Colton Lindquist. He has a 905 dialed in as well. He's out of Lakeland, Florida. All right, here we go, and at the stripe on a double breakout, it's going to be Colton Lindquist picking up the win light here. He breaks out with a 904 and a 905 as Santiago broke out with a 902 on his 905. Ryden Cook coming up next. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel. 890 will be his dial in. It's another heads up race here. All right. Well, Peyton Duffett's going to pick up the win on a red line start by Ryden Cook. Ryden runs dead on with a 0. Everly Siegel coming up next. 890 will be her dial in. And Lincoln McMaster also got 890 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red light start there for Lincoln McMaster is going to give Everly Siegel the automatic win. Lincoln goes dead on 8, while Everly broke out with an 887 on her 890. All right, Carson Murphy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is the dial in, going against Caitlin Fargo. 790 is also the dial in for her. Red light start for Fargo is going to give the automatic win here to Carson Murphy. And he goes through the 783 on a 790. Caitlin went 789 on her 790. All right, Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 845 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be running up against Tanner Mockney over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 790 is his dial in. All right, 207 seconds separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Sierra Haight picking up the win line here. She goes 856 on her 845 as Tanner breaks out with a 788 on his 790. Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 794 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Molly Banger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 790 dialed in. All right, 3,000 separate the two, the 300 separates the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come off for Holdaway as he goes through the 797 on his 94 dial in. As Molly Banger goes out with a 796 on her 790. All right, Alyssa Fargo coming up next. 799 is her dial in. And we run up against Brooklyn Collins. 790 is going to be her dial in. 100 dial lane over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 812 is going to be the dial in going against Claire Tolliver. She had a 797 dial in. Wind lights coming off for 100 dial lane. 816 on an 812 as he was 001 on the tree. Claire goes 798 on her 97. She was 042. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. He's got the buy run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1393, the dial in. Hey, a red light start there for Aaron. And he goes through the 777, 84 miles an hour. All right, Clint Wilson coming up over here in the Lucas Oil side. He's got 11 flat dialed in. Randy Banger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 1521 dialed in. And we're off. It's like about 18,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win light. All right, attention to the fist. New Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. These Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7, Super Pro bikes, lane 7. attention in the buy runs for Pro is going to be car 2668. 2668. You're the buy run here at Pro Eliminator. All right. Well, we got it going on here. Let you know that your buy runs here for Super Pro is going to be car 2288, Bubba Browning. Sportsman, Monica G224, Junior Street, car 2400, Caden Holdaway. Those are your buy runs for round number 2. And do need Super Pro motorcycles. Super Pro motorcycles, back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator. Got Corky Alford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 696 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup out of Glen St. Mary. He'll run up against Garrett Browning. 604 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu Wagon. All right, just a reminder out there, everybody, there will be a Races for Christ Chapel service tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. up on the 3rd floor of the timing tower. So make your plans to attend. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like 21 thou difference at the starting line, and Garrett Browning is going to get the win light. 607 on a 604 dial-in. Good run there for him as Corky goes out with a 697 on his 696. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 716 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Curtis Peak. Peak's got a 663 dial-in on the S10 pickup. And we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe gear win light's going to come off for Mickey Pierce. So he goes 717 on a 716 dial-in. Curtis truck slows to a 666 on its 663. He was actually better on the Christmas tree. He had 18 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. Adam Wills coming up next. 713 is going to be the dial-in for the Olds Cutlass. He'll run up against Nico. Man, Nico, I couldn't even start to pronounce his last name. Where's he going to go with Nico, brother? I'm sorry. 676 is going to be the dial-in for the Camaro. And the win light's going to come on for Adam Wills. He goes through with a 714 on a 713 dial-in as Nico breaks out by 4 thousandths. Chris Duffett going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 730 is going to be his dial-in. He'll run against Keith Collins Sr. over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 740 is going to be his dial-in. Yeah, red light start for Chris Duff. It's going to give Keith Collins Sr. the automatic win. He goes through the 761 on that 740 dial-in. That'll bring up Amber Matz next. 675 is going to be her dial-in. She'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Richard Lindsay. He's got a 644 dialed in on his Ford Mustang. All right, 12 thou separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Amber Matz picking up the win light here on a double breakout. If she breaks out by the least amount, she'll move on into the round number 3. Brings up John Dwayne. 604 is the dial-in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Maverick Palmatier. 615 is going to be the dial-in. It's out of DeLand, Florida. Red light start there for Maverick Palantir is going to give John Dwayne the automatic win. John goes through the 6:02 on a 6:04. All right, got the old Plymouth coming up here. We're thinking that might be an old Belvedere. 722 is going to be the dial in, going up against Ralph Bratton out of Gainesville, the 72 El Camino. He's got a 628 dialed in. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like 600ths of a second separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be the old Plymouth getting the win light here. As it goes through with the 726 on that 722 dial in, Brown Scarf slowed to 651 on its 628. All right, Jim Atkins coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova out of Holly Hill. Going up against Wendy Colson out of Valdosta. 659 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, got 41 thou difference at the starting line. And Colson's going to get the win light here. 662 on that 659 dial in. Jim Atkins went 634 on his 633, but he was behind on the tree. Tim Hanford coming up next. 741 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Adel, Georgia. Going up against Jason Rollins out of High Springs. 732 is going to be his dial in. All right, win light's going to come on over for Tim Pafford as he goes 743 on that 741 dial in. All right, D. Lichty coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He's going up against Brian Stovall. That ain't Brian Stovall. 659 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And red light starting for the Camaro is going to give D. Lichty the automatic win. And D goes through the 663 on his 665. Paul Allen coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll go up against George Emanuel. George is out of High Springs, Florida. 768 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. And it looks like got about 3,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, Paul Allen's going to get the win light here as he goes 699 on his 695 dial in, as George slows to a 773 on his 768 dial in. Bart Pangolian coming up next. 656 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Russell Morris out of Citrus. 695 the dial in for the Olds Cutlass. 18,000 separate the two at the starting line. And the Cutlass is going to get the win light here as he goes dead on with a 3 and a 001 reaction time. Good run there for Russell Morris. Bart runs 657 on his 656. That'll bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis. 564 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. And he'll run up against Michael Peak out of Quitman, Georgia. 611 is the dial in for the Vega. And red light start for Michael Peaks, going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And there Jeremy goes dead on 9. Good run there for him. He had a 006 reaction time, so he puts together a 15 foul pack. Mike Mockney coming up next. 614 is the dial in for the Mustang out of Venice, Florida. He'll run up against Lee Hauser. He's out of Ponte Vedra. He's got a 725 dialed in on the 71 dart. All right, looks like 8 fouls separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's Mockney getting the win right here. 615 on a 614 dial in as Hauser goes out with a 727 on his 725. All right, Rob Reynolds coming up next. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Going up against Ernie Renfro. Ernie's out of Middleburg, Florida. 665 is going to be his dial in. All right, only 4 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Rob Reynolds picking up the win right here over Ernie. Michael Popwell coming up next. 785 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against James Turner. Turner's got a 7 flat dialed in on the Mercury Capri and Keystone Heights. Red light start by Michael Popwell is going to give James Turner the automatic win. All right, here comes Bill Waller. 653 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Ranger. He'll run up against Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. 647 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes, and it looks like we've got a win light coming off for Dan Warren as he goes through the 659 on that 647 dial in as Waller breaks out with a 651 on his 653. All right, Martinelli coming up next. 635 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck, coming up against Tim Nelson. Nelson's over here in the Dodge Challenger. He's got a 635 dialed in. So heads up run here in round 2. Up. Martinelli lurched the car forward and turned on the red light. He will not get a time as he left before the tree was activated. All right, Mike Gaffney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 699 the dial in for the Gremlin, and he goes dead on 4, picks up the win as Bubba Browning goes dead on with an 8, but he was behind on the Christmas tree, 092 to an 036. Ken Grant coming up next. 6:30 is going to be the dial-in. He'll be going up against Chris French. 6:50 the dial-in for the Chevelle. And on a double breakout, Ken Grant's going to pick up the win light. Mike Bennett coming up next. 6:65 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup. He'll go up against Mike French. 6:18 the dial-in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. All right, looks like we got 300ths of a second difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mike Bennett picking up the win light here as he goes 6:65 with a 2 on a 65 dial-in. As French goes 6:16 on his 6:18 dial-in. Corky Bumpus coming up next. 6:80 is going to be the dial-in for the Barracuda. He'll run up against Dan Salyers. 7:64 is going to be the dial-in for the Monte Carlo out of Reading. All right, looks like got about 6 thou separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Corky Bumpus picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 6. As Salyers goes 7:66 on his 64 dial-in. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 7:33 is going to be his dial-in. He'll run up against Scott Young. 6:65 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, the 7th thou separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Anderson getting the win light here, 7:34 on a 33 dial-in, as Scott Young goes out with a 6:69 on his 6:65. James Evans coming up next. 6:97 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 7:31 is his dial-in. Yeah, red line start there for Tom Courtney. It's going to give James Evans the automatic win. And James goes 6:99 on his 6:97. All right, David Zinke coming up next. 7:02 is going to be the dial-in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. And Leah Tadero, her 74 Chevy van, is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's out of Gainesville. She's got 7:57 dialed in. All right, only 2 thou separate the two at the starting line. And David's going to get the win light here as he goes 7:06 on his 7:02 as Leah breaks out by 4 thousandths. That'll bring up Phil Green. 6:08 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Clint Wilson. 6:88 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. He's from Providence. All right, 26 thou separates these two in the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Clint Wilson getting the win light here as he goes dead on 5 as Phil Green breaks out by 8 thousandths. Dan Young coming up next. He's at Newport Richie. 640 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Corky Alford over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 696 dialed in. All right, got 24,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Corky Alford picking up the win light here as he goes 698 on his 696 dial in. Daniel Young goes dead on 4, but cannot get the win light to come on as Corky had the better reaction time. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 721 is going to be his dial in, and he'll run up against Mike Gaffney. Gaffney over here in the Strange Engineering lane's got a 699 dialed in. All right, your win light's going to come on for Mike Gaffney as he goes through the 703 on that 699 dial in. All right, Jeff Grafton coming up next. 749 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla out of Loxahatchee. And he'll run up against Aaron Reynolds. 6 flat the dial in for the truck out of Melbourne. All right, your winner here is going to be Jeff Grafton as he goes through the 752 on that 749 dial in. Aaron Reynolds goes 601 on his 6 flat. All right, win light here is going to come on for Anthony Vieira as he went 552 on his 550 dial in. Kenny Bevins coming up next. The Vega Wagon out of Albany, Georgia has got a 606 dialed in. They went up against Chad King from here in Gainesville. 772 is his dial in. All right, Kenny Bevins picks up the win light here as he goes 607 on that 606 dial in. Lee Zaremba coming up next. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart. He'll run up against Robert Simpson. Simpson is out of Jacksonville. 766 is his dial in. All right, Robert Simpson picks up the win light here as he goes 767 on his 766 dial in. All right, Jim Adkins coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. And here we're up against Amber Matz. Amber will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Wyatt Palmatier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 621 is going to be the dial in. Tony Gambardella coming up over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got 642 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, so here we go. We got Randy Holbrook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 651 is going to be his dial in. Going to run up against Kenny Bivens out of Albany, Georgia. 606 is his dial in. All right, looks like 22,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Holbrook picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 5 with a 005 reaction time. As Bevins breaks out with a 604 on his 606. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. All right, so here we go to the Super Pro Motorcycles. We got Mike Likoski coming up first over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Fleming Island, Florida. 557 is his dial in. He'll run up against Tom Modes over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 696 dialed in. Oh, Brandon Rodriguez coming up next. 594 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll go up against Larry Berger. Larry's got a 701 dialed in. He's out of Jacksonville. And Berger is going to get the win light here as he goes 710 on that 701 dial in. As Brandon goes out with a 597 on his 594. Roy Hagedorn coming up next out of Venice, Florida. 567 is his dial in. And here we're up against Scott DeLong. He's out of Citra, Florida. 567 the dial in for both bikes. All right, Scott DeLong picks up the win light here as he was 030 on the tree to Roy's 043, runs dead on with an 8. Roy went 568 on his 567. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up next. 588 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Leachman. Leachman out of Wildwood's got a 563 dialed in. And red light start there by Leachman is going to give Sandy Rodriguez the automatic win. All right, Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 564 dialed in. And here we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr., and he's got a 550 dialed in. All right, red light start there for Jeremy Davis is going to give Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. Dwayne goes 554 on his 550. All right, Troy Volker coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup, going up against John Siegel. 599 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu wagon. Let's go on down there for John Siegel as he goes dead on 5 as Troy Volker breaks out with a 692 on his 695. He's going to bring up Glenn Newmans in the Chevy Monza out of Alachua. And he'll run up against the dragster over here in the Strange Engineering lane. This is going to be Trent Horton out of Callahan. All right, we got a clean green line start. 3,000 separated the two at the starting line, but it's going to be Trent Horton picking up the win line here. 491 on that 490 is Glenn slowed to a 557 on his 555 dial in. All right, John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in. And he'll run up against Mark Horton out of Callahan. 468 is going to be the dial in. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Mark Horton as he goes dead on 6 with a 001 reaction time. John Dwayne went dead on with a 0, but he was 012. All right, AJ Kelly coming up next. 495 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville, going up against the Malibu over there in the Strange Engineering lane, car number 768. It's got a 596 dialed in. All right, win line's going to come on over there for AJ Kelly as he goes through the 497 on a 495 as the Malibu pulled the trigger just a little bit too early as he was 003 red. Goes 560, 594 on that 596. All right, here we go. We got the couple back dragsters coming up here. We got car number 2214 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 524 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Neva Hicks. 528 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Neva Hicks going to pick up the win line there. She goes dead on 7. As the dragster over in the left-hand lane went 545 on this 524 dial in. All right, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Let me have Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Chris Duffett, Kelly Hicks. And the win light's coming off for Kelly Hicks. He goes 458 on his 456 dial in. As Duffett goes out with 612 on a 608. Dan Dobson coming up next. He's got a 649 dialed in on his Chevy Monza. And Ron Schaefer will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 766 is his dial in. All right, here we go to the stripe, and Dan Dobson's going to get the win line here as he goes 657 on his 649 dial in. Schaefer went 770 on his 766 dial in. And Dobson was 004 on the tree. Schaefer was way late. All right, Billy Dunn coming up next. 467 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Mike Risen over there in the Chevy 2 Nova out of Brooksville. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mike Risen getting the win light here as he goes through the 663 on his 662 dial in. Billy Dunn goes out with a 468 on his 467. Jackie Bennett coming up next. 450 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Palaca, Florida. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. out of Elkton. He's got a 472 dialed in. All right, looks like 3,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe it's going to be James Hicks Jr. getting the win light here. 473 on his 472. As Jackie Bennett goes 452 on his 450 dial in. Bruce Bennett coming up next. 588 is going to be the dial in for the Little Vega. It's out of DeBerry, Florida. And here we're up against Tim Pafford. Pafford's out of Adel, Georgia. 728 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. So Tim Pafford's going to get the win light there as Bennett was having some issues trying to get the car to stop there in the lane. Beams like he's wanting it. All right, let's go bring up Brian Bednar. He'll be in the Olds over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 617 is going to be the dial in. And here we're up against Randy Banger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 493 is the dial in. Okay, red light start there for Bednar is going to give the automatic win here to Randy Banger. He goes through with a 492 on his 493 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Tolliver over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 644 the dial in for the S10 pickup. Then we're up against Steve Shoemaker. 473 is going to be the dial in here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane as he goes through with a 645 on a 644 dial in. I got a report there might be some debris out on the raceway, so we're going to send Brian down here real quick, see if we can get that taken care of.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, here we go. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 448 is going to be the dial in. Then we're up against Jason Graham over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 571 is going to be his dial in. All right, so Jason's going to get a little over a second head start here. Got a clean green light start. Looks like about 34 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Brian Jones picking up the win light here as he goes 449 on his 448. As Jason Graham bows out with a 575 on his 571. Maverick Palmatier coming up next. He's got a 456 dialed in. Here we're up against Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy. 472 is going to be his dial in. On the top side, it's going to be Barry Palmatier picking up the win light here as he goes 460 on his 456 dial in. Dave Demarest slowed to a 476 on his 472. Tom Heath coming up next. Ford Mustang, he's by Jacksonville. And Chuck Trotter out of McClenny is going to run over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 469 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tom Heath picking up the win light here. 660 on that 658 dial in. Trotter bows out with a 471 on his 469. That's going to bring up Ernie Griggs. 744 is going to be the dial in for the Ocala Tire Service Camaro. It's out of Ocala, of course. Malcolm Riggs coming up over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 633 dialed in on that S10 pickup. And a red light start there by Malcolm Riggs is going to give Ernie Griggs the automatic win. And Ernie goes through with a 745 on his 744. Malcolm broke out by 5 thousandths as well. Nick Brown coming up next. 597 is going to be the dial in. He's going to be running up against Vinny Bonero. And he's got a 633 dialed in on the Mustang out of Butler, Georgia. Yeah, red light start there by Vinny. He's going to give Nick Brown the automatic win. And Nick goes 599 on his 97 dial in. Vinny breaks out by 8 thousandths as well. All right, got a Nova coming up next. Car number 2211. It's got a 587 dialed in. Going right up against Mark Daniels over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 495 is the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. All right, 9,000 separate the two in the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Mark Daniels picking up the win light there as he goes 496 on his 95 dial in as the Nova breaks out with a 585 on a 587 dial in. That's going to bring up the Chevelle. Car number 4775. 689 is going to be the dial in. And he'll run up against, I believe that's John Siegel in the Chevy 2. 567 the dial in. And the Chevy 2 picks up the win light here. 571 on that 567 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up car number R265. 620 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Billy Highhouse is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 586 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. Red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track is going to give Highhouse the automatic win. He goes through the 585 on that 586 dial. All right, Danielle Mockney coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 481 dialed in. She'll be running up against Mike Fiddler out of Summerfield. He's got a 646 dialed in. All right, 7,000 separate the two at the starting line at the stripe. Mike Fiddler is going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 7 with a 22 reaction time. Danielle went 482 on her 481. All right, David Hartman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 655 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Darwin Garcia. He's got a 585 dialed in on his Ford Mustang. All right, 27,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win line's coming off for Darwin Garcia as he goes dead on with a 6 and no 31 reaction time. Hartman breaks out with a 653 on his 655. Camaro 2202 coming up next. 661 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Greg Lubin out of Hawthorne. 650 is the dial in for the Nova. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, win line's going to come on down there for Greg Lubin as he goes dead on 1 as the Camaro breaks out with a 660 on a 661. Daniel Young coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 637 the dial in for the Firebird. And he'll run up against Allison Holdaway. She's got a 524 dialed in. All right, only 1,000 separates 100 separated two of the starting line, and it's going to be Daniel Young picking up the win line here, 639 on his 637 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up the Mustang 216H. I guess Michael Hart over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the Monte Carlo. This is car number 212M. 610 is going to be the dial in for the Monte. And a red light start for the Monte Carlo is going to give the automatic win to the Mustang. And the Mustang goes through with a 616 on that 615 dial in. Gary Vasquez coming up next. 473 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Lou Hawthorne over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 456 dialed in. light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Lou Hawthorne picking up the win light there as he goes dead on with a 2 and a 003 reaction time. He put a 5-pound pack together. Vasquez goes dead on 3, but he's 013. All right, that's going to bring up the Barracuda, car number 5150. Got a 718 dialed in. Joe Pinkston, run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 692 dialed in on the Malibu out of Williston, Florida. And a red light start there for the Barracuda is going to give Pinkston the automatic win. And Joe goes dead on 9. All right, Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 695 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He'll run up against Wendy Colson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 661 is going to be his dial in. And we got a clean start in both lanes. And Paul Allen's going to get the win light here as he goes 705 on that 695 dial in. Colson runs dead on with a 1. Cannot get the win light to come on. That tells you that he didn't have a very good reaction time. Barry Rowell coming up next. 608's the dial in on the Mustang. He'll run up against Rob Hall over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 613 is going to be his dial in. Big wheels up start there for Rob Hall. He's got a perfect reaction time going. Can he make a win out of it? He does. 618 on the 613. At 102 miles an hour, Barry Rowell miles out with a 649 on his 608. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 733 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. Going up against Grayson Wright. 497 is going to be his dial in. All right, 9th foul separates the two at the start. At the stripe, it's going to be J.D. Anderson picking up the win light there as he goes 734 on his 733 dial in. Nate Hamilton coming up next. 556 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Keith Collins, he'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 567 dialed in. All right, got another perfect reaction time, but this time the winner does not have it. Nate Hamilton's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 557 on his 56 dial in. Keith Collins had a perfect reaction time, but breaks out with a 565 on his 567 dial in. Sherby Powell coming up next. He's got a green Coast brake, 665 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Wayne Campbell, 617 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. And we got a clean green light start, 49 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Sherby Powell getting the win light here as he goes dead on 5. So good run there for Sherby. Jim Barbera coming up next. 685 the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida. He's going to run up against Patrick Beller over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 444 dialed in. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. I need Fly Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. All All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe. It's Miller picking up the win light here. Dead on 9. Good run there as Jim Barbera broke out by 2,000ths of a second. Kurt Banks coming up next. 541 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Hastings. And he'll run up against Kent Grant. Grant's got a 565 dial in on the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. Once again, looking for Junior Street to make your way into lane 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Kurt Banks picks up the win light there as he goes 542 on a 541 dial in. Ken Grant breaks out by 5,000ths. That's going to bring up Lou Galley. Lou's got a 558 dialed in on the Chevy Corvette. He'll run up against Mike Bennett over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 660 dialed in. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Lou Galley picking up the win light here as he goes through the 568 on a 58 dial in as Bennett breaks out by 8,000ths. All right, Randy Holbrook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup. He'll run up against Chad Kennedy over here in the Strange Engineering lane, 634 the dial in. Red light start there for Chad Kennedy. He's going to give Randy Holbrook the automatic win light. And Holbrook goes through the 648 on his 51. Chad went 633 on his 34. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 6 flat the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Scott Browning out of Wesley Chapel. 501's his dial in. The win light's coming on over there for Aaron Reynolds. He goes dead on 4. Scott Browning went dead on with an 8. 13/10,000ths of a second was the difference at the strike, because only 3,000 separated the two at the starting line. All right, so we got the dragster coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's car 2768. It's got a 469 dialed in. Going against Kevin Brewington. 659 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Red light started on here for the dragster is going to give Kevin Brewington the automatic win. He goes through the 662 on that 659 dial in. Mike Lukowski coming up next. 538 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Fleming Island. He'll run up against April Prince. She's out of High Springs. Got 625 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there by Lukoski. Mike drifting over there close to the wall. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. 6:33 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Venice. Going to run up against Glenn Newmans over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Glenn with a 5:56 dial in. All right, 5 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And Glenn Newmans is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 5:58 on his 5:56 dial in. As Hagedorn goes 6:43 on his 6:33. All right, Dan Dobson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:49 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll run up against Randy Banger. And a red light start by Banger is going to give the automatic win here to Dobson. Dobson goes through the 6:50 on his 6:49 dial in. Greg McInerney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:69 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. 4:56 is his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's Kelly Hicks picking up the win light 4:57 on the 4:56. That'll bring up dragster number 221 next. 4:67 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Tolliver over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 6:40 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, only 2 fouls separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the dragster picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 2 with a 22 reaction time. Oliver breaks out with these by 5 thousandths. Trent Horton coming up next. 4:65 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. And he'll have against Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine. 4:86 is his dial in. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for David Hicks as he goes through with a 4:87 on that 4:86 dial in. Trent Horton goes 4:68 on his 4:65. And John Siegel coming up next, 568 the dial in for the Chevy 2. He'll go up against Darwin Garcia, 585 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 3,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be John Siegel picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 2 and gets the win. Darwin Garcia breaks out by 8 thousandths. AJ Kelly coming up next. 496 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Billy Highhouse over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 587 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. It's going to come on down there for AJ Kelly as he goes dead on 9. Breakout for Highhouse. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Jason Graham. Okay, win light's going to come on in there for Flying Brian Jones on a double breakout. Wyatt Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 455 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Bubba Browning over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 601's his dial in. Red line start there by Wyatt. It's going to give the automatic win here to Bubba Browning. And Browning goes in with a right, here we go. It's getting ready for Junior Street. All right, red light started there for Chelsea Dwayne. Is going to give Tanner Mockney the automatic win. And Tanner, man, he goes a whole second quicker than his dial-in. He went 10:32 on 11:30. Briella Browning coming up next. 11:15 is going to be her dial-in. And she'll have against Molly Banger over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 9:74 is going to be her dial-in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And Briella Browning on the brakes picks up the win light. She goes 11:21 on her 11:15 dial-in. As Molly Banger went 9:90 on her 9:74. And by run coming up here for Caden Holdaway. He's got 11:04 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits. I need Sportsman. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. Need the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. I need Sportsmen to the lanes now. Sportsmen, need you in the lanes now, please. All right, Larry Berger, 1438's the dial-in going against Reginald Harper. He's got an 877 dialed in. And Harper's going to get the win light here as Berger breaks out with a 1407 on that 1438 dial-in. Anthony Vieira coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 867 dialed in. He'll be running up against Scott DeLong over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 913 dialed in. All right, win line's going to come off for Scott DeLong as he goes through with a 916 on his 913 dial in as Anthony slows to a 1447. Tom Moats coming up next. 11 flat's going to be the dial in. He's out of Ocala. And Chuck Woolham out of Reddick. 995 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the right hand lane. All right, Tom's got a 002 reaction time going there. And he'll get the win line, 11:05 on that 11 flat dial in. Good run there for Tom as Chuck slows to a 10:05 on his 995 dial in. Brandon Rodriguez coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 915 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Leachman over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 838 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'm looking for fly-by trailer sales, junior dragsters to the lanes. Need junior dragsters to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you in the lanes. All right, Roy Johnson coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Schmidt's got an 867 dial in. Red light start there by Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to give the automatic win to Roy Johnson. And Johnson goes dead on with an 8. Good run there for Roy Johnson. All right, here we go to Sportsman. And we're going to have Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1188 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of Gainesville. Here we're up against Steven Strickland out of St. John's, Florida. 1156 the dial in for the 23 Chevy Camaro. And your win light's going to come on down there for Jeff Barrier as he goes 1190 on his 1188 dial in. Strickland goes out with 1162 on 1156 dial in. John Lamdola coming up next. 1235 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll run up against Mark Horton over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1181 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be John Lambdola picking up the win light here as he goes 12:35 on his 12:35 dial-in. Good run there for John as Horton breaks out with an 11:78 on his 11:81. Dante de Blasio coming up next. 11:70 is the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. He shows you out of the Villages. Going up against Dennis Harsh. 12:35 the dial-in for the Infiniti out of Gainesville. 45,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe and the win light. Going to come on for Dante de Blasio as he goes dead on with a 3. Gets the win light there as Dennis Harsh breaks out with a 12:32 on his 12:35 dial-in. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 11:36 the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee. 11:70 the dial-in for the Tesla. And a red light start there for Grafton. It's going to give Pierce the automatic win. And Pierce goes 11:31 on his 11:36 dial-in. Chad King coming up next. 11:98 is the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Bart Pangolian. He's got a 12:63 dialed in on his Chevy Corvette. And looks like got about 19 thou separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, the win light's going to come on over there for Chad King as he goes 12 flat on that 11:98 as Bart breaks out with a 12:61 on his 12:63. Adam Wills coming up next. 11:25 is going to be the dial-in for the Oldsmobile. He'll run up against Jason Rollins over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 11:55 is the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. 29 thou separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Adam Wills getting the win light here as he goes dead on with a 4 as Jason breaks out by 9 thousandths. Jen Robards coming up next. 12:65 the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Nico over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Sarasota. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. And it looks like Nico is going to get the win light here as he goes 11:03 on that 11 flat dial-in as Jen's truck slows to a 12:79 on the 12:65 dial-in. Robert Simpson coming up next. 12:06 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Nova. He'll go up against Jacob Richards over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 12:17 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. On a double breakout, Robert Simpson's going to get the win light. He goes 12:03 on that 12:06 dial-in. Jacob Richards goes 12:06 on his 12:17. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1670 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. He'll run up against Brian Stovall. 11:42 is going to be the dial-in for the Buick Grand National. All right, 19 thou separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Jay Dickinson picking up the win light here as he goes 1674 on his 1670 dial-in as Stovall breaks out. 11:41 on the 11:42 dial-in. Michael Martin coming up next, 1279 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Blake Scott in the Chevy Corvette. He's got 1180 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Blake Scott picking up the win light here as he goes 1183 on his 1180 dial in. As Martin's car slows to a 1292 on that 1279 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 1149 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. Make that 1145 there for Scott DeLeon. He'll go up against Chris Courtney over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 1111 dialed in. All right, win line's coming on down there for Chris Courtney as he goes 1113 on that 1111 dial in. Randy Banger coming up next. 1521's the dial in for the Ford pickup truck. He's going to go up against Kevin Roberts. 1178 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. And the win light's going to come on down there for Kevin Roberts as he goes through 1174 on that 1178 dial in. All right, Dan Salyer's coming up next. 1206 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reading. He'll run up against Mitchell Gunner out of Stark. 1373 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And your win light's coming off for Dan Salyers as he goes 1229 on that 1206 dial in. As Mitch Gunner slows to a 1422 on his 1373 dial. Alan Hill coming up next. He's out of Citra, Florida in the 87 Mustang. He's going to run up against Clint Wilson in the 68 Nova out of Providence. Both drivers have 11 flat dialed in. All right, 49 foul difference at the starting line, and it's Alan Hill picking up the win light here, 11-13 on that 11 flat dial in. As Clint Wilson goes 11-16 on his 11 flat. All right, Monica Roberts coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:59 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And she'll run up against Tony Aquero. He's got a 12:68 dialed in on that 56 Chevrolet. All right, looks like Monica Roberts is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. She was 001 red, and Tony was a bunch red. Monica goes through with a 1260 on that 1259 dial in. Tony went 1271 on his 1268. All right, Shaw Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He's got 1194 dialed in. Going up against car number 1422 over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Got 1190 dialed in. Okay, you got a nice clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and your wind light's going to come on down there for Shaw Daniel, 1201 on an 1194 dial in, as the car number 1422 breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, it's going to bring up Trey Collins next. 1190 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Hudson Matz will run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 12 flat dial in. He's out of Gainesville. And we got a pair of red light starts, and the wind light's going to come on over there for Trey Collins. All right, Brindley Holdaway coming up next. 1193 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going up against Lee Melendez out of Orlando. 1280 is going to be the dial in. All right, 3,000 separate these two at the starting line. And the wind light's going to come on for Brindley Holdaway as she goes 1198 on her 1193 dial in. As Melendez's car picked up quite a bit, went 1225 on that 1280 dial in. Landon Siegel coming up next. 1190 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Kalani Horst. 1103 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Inverness, Florida. All right, Landon Siegel is going to get the win light here, 12 of 10 on that 1190. All right, here comes Colleen Hamilton. 1390 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. All right, Colleen's got to slow it down a little bit as he goes 1286 on that 1390. All right, single pass coming up here on car 202C. All right, 1496 at 42 miles an hour. All right, Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 910 is going to be his dial in. Going against Scarlett Hicks. She's out of St. Augustine. 905 is going to be her dial in. All right, got a clean green light start. And Weston Daniel is going to get the win light here as he goes 922 on a 910 dial in. Scarlett goes 910 on her 905, but she was behind on the reaction times. Johnny Moxley coming up next. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Colton Lindquist. 904 is going to be his dial in. All right, clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Johnny Moxley as he goes 895 on that 892 dial in. Colton goes 919 on his 904. He was also a little bit behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Ryden Cook's going to be coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in. Running against his brother Xander, also has 890 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One of them's pretty good, one's a little tardy. Xander is going to get the win light here as he goes 891 with a 4 on his 890 dial in. Brother goes 891.9 on his 890 dial in. All right, Blake Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, going up against Briella Browning. She's out of Wesley Chapel. Both of them have 893 dialed in. Red light start there by Blake Jones is going to give Briella Browning the automatic win. And Briella goes 890 on that 893. Blake went 896 on his 893. All right, Jace Santiago coming up next out of Orlando. 903 is going to be his dial in. Going right up against Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel. 891 is going to be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. And your win light is going to come on for Peyton Duffett. He goes 894 on that 891 as Jace goes 904 on his 903. Rider Horse coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is his dial in. Going right up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 892 dialed in. He's out of the Leon Springs. And the win line is going to come on for Lincoln McMaster as he goes 901 on that 892 dial in. He was 023 on the tree. Good run there for him. Ryder goes 896 on his 890. Everly Siegel coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll run up against Wyatt Hicks. He's got a 902 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, start making our way back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, Super Pro Motorcycles. Need y'all back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Red light start there for Everly Siegel's going to give Wyatt Hicks the automatic win. He goes through the 901 on that 902 dial in. All right, Alyssa Fargo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8 flat's going to be her dial in, going against Claire Tolliver. 796 will be the dial in for the little dragster out of Georgia. All right. New bow runs for Pro Eliminator is going to be 26:19. Bow run in Super Pro will be 0x66. That'll be Rob Hall. And Sportsman, 66.92, Adam Wills. Red light start there for Alyssa Fargo is going to give the automatic win here to Claire Tolliver. And Claire goes through with a 797 on her 796 dial in. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 794 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Molly Banger is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 792 dial in. And your win line is going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway as he goes dead on with a 4. Good run there for him. Molly Banger turned on the red light but went 794 on her 792. Sierra Haight coming up next. 845 is going to be her dial in. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Run up against Aaron Kennedy over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 790 dialed in. All right, Kaylin Fargo, 790 is the dial in going against Brooklyn Collins. Also had a 790 dial in. Reaction time advantage went to Fargo, and she'll pick up the win light as well. She goes 791 with a 1 on her 790 dial in. Collins went 791 with a 9 on her 790 dial in. All right, Carson Murphy coming up next. 790 is the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And 790 will also be the dial in for Tanner Mockney. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Carson Murphy picking up the win line here, 797 on a 790 dial in. Tanner run closer to the dial in, 796 on a 790, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. Carson Murphy hung a 003 on Tanner's 067. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Hunter Dowling. He's got an 812 dialed in. All right, once again, I'm looking for my Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Need the Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7.
ladies and gentlemen. Rick stepping away from the microphone for a little too long. You know how that is. If you leave it open down here, somebody will snag it. Round number 3 of Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator. Once again, Pro ET, if you are not in the lanes, there should be about 35 of you coming back for round number 3. I need you now, please. Pro ET, need you back. Our wait and see Byron is already sitting over in lane number 5. Adam Willis and Garrett Browning will get us started here in round number 3 of Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator, the no box. No electronics. Foot brake class. Wills in the G-body. The Oldsmobile Cutlass, he's dialed in at 713. He gets a head start from Squirrel. Garrett Browning behind the wheel of John Siegel's wheelie wagon. Dialed in at 6:04, a little over 1 second going left side. And Squirrel will turn it red, 6th out. Willis, perfect trip, zip reaction time, and throws down 16 total. 7:14 with a 6 on a 7:13 with a 000 reaction time. Garrett was going to have his work cut out for him as he was 7th thou under and let go of this tree 6 thousandths of a second too soon, but Adam was perfect, and we will see him back for Sportsman in round number 4. In Pro ET and Sportsman in round number 3 brings up our next pair, Tim Pafford, Amber Max. Pafford right-hand side in the S10. He'll get the automatic win as Amber turns at 5 thou red, Pafford 10 green. And he'll light it up 1 above the dial in 742 on the 741 with a 0. 10 on the tree, that's 20 total. Amber 19 thou off her dial in, which means she would have had a thou to work with if she would have been perfect on the tree. That'll bring up Kenny Bevins and Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren next. Fuzzy in the Chop Top S10 pickup truck right-hand side out of Melbourne. The Space Coast Speed and Custom Special dialed in 654, 607 for Kenny Bevins and his son Seth's Vega wagon. The Bad News Travels fast car. This car has quite a bit of history around the Georgia area. Kenny going to knock it in deep. Dan will stage on the regular. He gets to go first by almost 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree. 46 thou separate them. One of them is 004 win light Fuzzy. 004 take 31 to go under the dial in by 11 thousandths. Bevins late for him, under by 26 thousandths. No good. Win light Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren. He'll take the S10 to round 4. That'll bring up Wendy Colson and Rob Reynolds. Wendy Colson out of Valdosta, Georgia on the right-hand side. The two-tone Camaro dialed in 660. He gets a slight head start from the wheel-standing wagon of Rob Reynolds. Space Coast Speed and Custom Special left-hand side. The small block wagon dialed in at 642. And we will move Rob Reynolds to the next round. Wendy is not going to want to see this time slip as he is 2 above the dial and Rob 10 on the dial in. Wendy left a little bit early. And Rob Reynolds is probably going to get a pep talk from Tony Gambardella. Mickey Pierce and Roland Corky Alford. Alford at the S10, right-hand side, 696, dialing for him. He gives a slight head start to Mickey Pierce, the Camaro left side. Down in at 7-12, 15 thou. Separates him up front, advantage, Mickey Pierce, win light. Mickey Pierce, 39, take 30. To go 7-14 on the 7-12, 2 above the dial and Roland, 4 off the dial, and he's behind on the reaction time and behind the finish line. Mickey Pierce gets the win. He'll move to round number 4. Randy Holbrook and James Turner are next pair. Holbrook left-hand side, the recently acquired Browning S10 pickup truck. He laid himself down 10 total in round number 1. Palmetto, Florida-based hot rod dialing in 647. He'll get the head start by 1 light bulb to James Turner, the Mercury Capri right side. That's not a Mustang, that is a Mercury Capri out of Keystone Heights, 699, the dial in for Turner's ride. 85,000 separated them, and one of them is 85. Win light, James Turner, perfect trip, sip, take, half a car length to go above the dial in by 5. Holbrook, late, 3 off the dial in, no good. James Turner gets the whole shot win. This would be a good matchup right here. Mike Gaffney and Mike Mockney. The crew chief right-hand side, 614 for the Chevy-powered Mustang. He gives a head start to Mike Gaffney. The AMC Kremlin left side, 698 to dial it. Gaffney with the better reaction time, and Gaffney will get the win here. 007, take 7. To go above the dial-in by 14, 21 total. Mockney, 36, 8 thou under, and cannot get there first. Win light, Mike Gaffney. We'll bring up Keith Collins Sr. and Jeff Grafton next, the Tesla left side. Dial in 750. He gives 1/10 of a second head start to Keith Collins Sr., the Casey Automotive backed Pontiac, 760 the dial in right side. Both of them away clean and green. Advantage to Collins, win light, Collins, 47, get behind 37 to go above by 8. Grafton, late, take 37 and be 100th under. His 750 prediction needed to take 27 or less. Keith Collins Sr. gets the win. The Fireball man himself, Jeremy Davis, left-hand side. Dials 563 on the two-wheeler. He'll give the big head start to Clint Wilson. Wilson in the butternut yellow 68 model Chevy Nova. And Wilson left 2 days early. Fireball gets the win. Down on his 563 prediction with a 7. He has got that bike dialed in. We will see him back for round number 4. Clint Wilson goes over a 10th off the dial-in after turning it red by a decent amount. I'll bring up the Super Stalker, left-hand side, and a pair of Mopars. David Sinke, left-hand side. Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, 702 for the Duster left side. He gets the head start from Tim Nelson. Nelson in the Challenger right side. Out of Kingsland, Florida, dial 650. 52 hundredths of a second, about 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree. You'll see David Sinke's side, left side, countdown first. This one is all David Sinke. Tim Nelson was asleep at the switch and will not get away with it. 702 on the 702 with a 27 tree, put 31 total up. Tim Nelson late, under by a good amount and no good. He was holding about a quarter of a second. Then I'll bring up driver not on file, one of our favorite drivers. I think they make more passes at a drag strip than pretty much anybody else. The Dodge Polara right-hand side, 722 on the strange side. He'll get the head start from Paul Allen. Former track champ here at Gainesville, the two-tone 72 Maverick out of Middleburg, 695 for the Blue Oval ride. Paul Allen in control on this one, left-hand side. He's got him by almost 600ths of a second, and he will not screw those up very often. Win light, Paul Allen. 049, take 22 to be above the dial-in by 9, right side above by 6. But when your reaction time starts with a 1 in round number 3 of Pro ET, not a pretty good chance you're going to get away with it. This is going to be an interesting one right here. Ken Grant and J.D. Anderson. Anderson, who has been around racing for quite a while, used to race a third-generation Camaro, now behind the wheel of the Tesla right side. 7:33 the dial, and he gets 1 full second head start from Ken Grant. The tie, Georgia Nova, 6:27. Both of them away clean and green. Advantage, Anderson, win light. Anderson puts together a 9-pack total. 006, take 29 to go dead on the 7:33 with a 3.9 total. Ken Grant, 036, dead on his 6:27 with a 2, and come up 29 thousandths and change. Good run for Ken Grant, but J.D. Anderson just laid himself down a heater. 9 total. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. D-Ray Lickney, right side. Mike Ming, left side. Minnick, behind on the tree and behind on the racetrack. He drops D at the finish line, but D throws himself together 18 total on the time run. 015, take almost a full car length to go dead on the 665 with a 318-pack. Minnick missed it, drops the anchor, and goes 6 above the dial-in and does not get away with 1. D. Ray Lickney to the next round. So that'll bring up Corky Bumpus and John Dwayne next. Dwayne out of Jacksonville, Florida, the wheel standing small block Camaro right side. Strange side of the track, 6:01 the dial, and he gives a big head start to Corky Bumpus. The now retired former owner of Corky's Speed and Performance out of Ocala. 680 the dial in on the Barracuda. We got ourselves a good one here. 14 thou separates some advantage. Corky Bumpus, win light. Going to come on for Corky Bumpus by 5 thou. 18, take 5 to go 2 above the dial in. John Dwayne, 32, 1 above. Brings himself up 55, 10 thou shy. Corky Bumpus, move on to round 4. Bring up James Evans next. The Ford Mustang on the strange side, 697 the dial, and he gets a big hit start from Anthony Vieira. Vieira out of Palm Coast, Florida on the 2-wheeler, dials in 550 left side. Neither one of them stellar, but both of them green. Advantage 2-wheeler, but the win light is going to shine for James Evans. James, 103 on the tree, 702 on the racetrack, 5 off the dial and taking more than a full bike length. Anthony must have had something go wrong on the first part of the racetrack as he's 2/10 off the dial in. Win light, James Evans. Once again, I need Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro. I need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Super Pro. Round number 3. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Your wait and see Byron, car number 0x66. Rob Hall, you have the buy. 0x66 is your buy. Robert Simpson, Mike Gaffney. Gaffney already got 1 round win. He's looking for a second one. He's got Robert Simpson left-hand side. Simpson with a better reaction time, and Simpson will turn on the win light and negate Gaffney down to 1 entry. Simpson 8, take 25. To go 766 on the 765. That is 24 total. Likes out Mike Gaffney's dead on the dial-in, but 041 on the tree. So each of them will carry 1 entry to round number 4. That brings up Amber Matz on her second entry. She lost the first one. Once you get the second one through, she's got a tough customer right-hand side. Tony Gambardella and Rob Reynolds, Wheelie Malibu Wagon. 642 the dial-in. Tony Gambardella in complete control right-hand side. Win like Tony. 12, take 23 to go 2 off the dial, and Amber Matz misses it and goes 200ths under. We'll see the wagon back 2 times next round. Rob Reynolds and Tony Gambardella both getting their W's. And that brings up your wait and see buy run. This is Russell Morris. Russell threw himself down 12 total the previous round with a 001 reaction time. The Oldsmobile gets a single here. 016 on the train, breaks it out by 16,000. That's okay. That'll get him to round 4, and that'll wrap up round number 3 of Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator. We have called round number 3 of Flying Brian Trailers Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, I need you now. Once again, wait and see Byron is Rob Hall, car number 0x66, the gray Malibu. And we are ready to go into Super Pro Motorcycle round number 3. Looks like I have 5 bikes left. 2 pairs and a single. That is a tough final 5 there looking at my screen. Dwayne Schmidt Jr., Larry Berger, Scott DeLong, Mike Lekowski, and Santi Rodriguez Jr. All 5 of them definitely deserve to be in this round. We will see who survives as we narrow it to 3. Once again, Flying Barn Trailers Super Pro. Flying Barn Trailers Super Pro. I need you now, please. Flying Barn Trailers Super Pro. Super Pro. I need you now. Once again, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2 need overflow to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro. Super Pro. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Pro. Super Pro lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Flying Barn Trailer Super Pro class. We're going to roll our first bike pair in here. All right, so with 5 bikes remaining, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. and Scott DeLong going to come out next in our. This is going to be a pressure-packed final 5. All 5 of them definitely deserve to be here, and Rick Bader's going to call the action here for round 3 in the motorcycle class. Rick, it's all yours.
All right, thank you, Derek. Give me a chance to catch my breath there, get a little something to eat. All right, so as he said, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 556 dialed in, going up against Scott DeLong. He's got 566 dialed in. This should be a good one. Red light start for Scott DeLong is going to give Sandy Rodriguez Jr. the automatic win light. And Sandy goes through with the 554 on his 56 dial in. He still moves on to the next round. Mike Lekowski coming up next. 557 is going to be the dial in. He's from Fleming Island. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side. Going against Larry Berger out of Jacksonville. 711 is going to be the dial in for the Harley. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right. It looks like Lekowski's got this one in hand as he goes 574 on a 557 dial in. Berger went 729 on his 711. And you don't win many races when your reaction time starts with a 6. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. going to be coming up next over here on the Strange Engineering lane. All right, so you buy right coming up here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's got a 552 dialed in. Dwayne goes 550 on his 552. He will be moving on into round number 4. All right, once again, we're looking for a Fly Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. You're in the lanes at this time. Fly Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro should be in the lanes at this time. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. He'll run up against John Siegel. He's out of Riverview, Florida. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Red light start by Dan Dobson is going to give Siegel the automatic win light. He goes dead on 4 with a 26 reaction time. All right, here we go. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in. Going against Neva Hicks. She's got a 528 dialed in. She'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Only 4 thousandths separate the two at the start and the stripe. It's going to be Flying Brian Jones getting the win light here. He goes 450 on a 448 dial in. Neva goes 531 on her 528. That's going to bring up Tolliver, 645 the dial in for the Purple S10 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Kelly Hicks is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 456 is his dial in. All right, 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's coming off of the S10. 646 on a 645 dial in. Hicks goes out with a 459 on his 456 dial in. That's going to bring up Ernie Griggs. 744 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. He'll run up against Mike Risen over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 662 dialed in on that Chevy 2 Nova. All right, so we got a clean green light start. And up the stripe. It's going to be Ernie Griggs getting the win light here as he goes 7:48 on his 7:44 dial-in. As Mitt Rise's car slowed to a 6:68 on its 6:62. Only 11/10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory for Ernie Griggs. All right, Nick Brown coming up next. 598 is going to be the dial-in for the Camaro, going against John Siegel in the... Oh, Siegel got on the brakes pretty hard down there. Car did a little wiggle on him. He gets the win light as he went 571 on that 569. All right, Randy Holbrook coming up next here with the S10 pickup truck. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Bubba Browning is going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 603 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy 2 Nova out of Sarasota. All right, only 1 foul separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Holbrook's going to get the win light here as he goes dead on 2, picks up the win. Browning goes 604 on his 603 dial-in. A.J. Kelly coming up next. 495 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Patrick Miller over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 444 dialed in. Red light start for Patrick Miller is going to give Kelly the automatic win light. AJ goes 498 on his 495 dial-in. That's going to bring up car number R265. 622 is going to be the dial-in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Greg Lubin, he's going to be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 649 is his dial-in on the 75 Nova. The red light start there by Greg Lubin is going to give the automatic win to the Lucas Oil lane. He goes 6:29 on his 622 dial-in at a 002 reaction time. Daniel Young coming up next. 640 is the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Coming up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 692 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu from Williston. All right, Daniel Young is going to get the win light here as he goes 659 on a 640 dial-in. Pinkston's car slows to a 729 on its 692 dial-in. All right, Tom Heath coming up next. Ford Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 658 dial-in. Going against Glenn Newman's over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 555 dialed in. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light comes off for Glenn Newman's. He goes through with a 561 on his 555 dial in. He was 004 on the tree. Sherby Powell coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. Here we're up against Mike Fiddler. He'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 646 dialed in, and he turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Sherby Powell. And Sherby goes through with a 666 on his 665. He's 002 on the tree. Brings up Paul Allen. 694 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Randy Banger over here in Strange Engineering Lane. He's got a 493 dial in. All right, Pro Motorcycles. Y'all make your way into staging lane number 7, Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Randy Banger picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 495 on his 493. Paul Allen runs dead on 7, but he's behind on the Christmas tree by 36 thousandths. Maverick Palmatier coming up next. 454 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Darwin Garcia. He's got a 584 dial in on the Ford Mustang out of Eustis. All right, looks like we got 13,000 difference at the starting line, and Darwin Garcia is going to get the win light here as he goes 586 on his 584 dial in. His Palmatier breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Lou Galley. 563 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He's out of Fort White, Florida. He'll run up against Billy Highhouse. 585 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Middleburg. All right, 8,000 separated the two at the starting line. It's going to be Highhouse picking up the win light there as Galley breaks out by 9 thousandths. All right, that'll bring up car number 221. It's got 467 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going against Mark Horton. Mark's out of Callahan, Florida. He's got a 467 dialed in. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the Lucas Oil lane picking up the win light here, 468 on a 467 as Horton breaks out by 4 thousandths. Nate Hamilton coming up next. 557 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Fitzgerald, Georgia, going up against James Hicks Jr. He's got a 473 dialed in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Win light's going to come off for Nate Hamilton, and he had a perfect reaction time Goes trip zip with a 559 on a 57 dial in. James Hicks Jr. goes dead on 4, but he's 020 on the tree. Can't make it happen on the top end. So by 30, 10,000ths of a second, Nate Hamilton picks up the win. Kurt Banks coming up next. 541 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Hastings, Florida. He went up against Trent Horton over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 491 is going to be his dial in. $13,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Kurt Banks picking up the win right here as he goes 543 on a 41 dial in as Trent Horton breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. All right, that's going to bring up the Mustang. Car number 216H, got a 615 dialed in. I think this is Michael Hart. Lou Hawthorne's going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 455 dialed in. He's out of Mims, Florida. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Lou Hawthorne's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 458 on his 55 dial in. He was 016 on the tree. His Hart goes out with a 615 with a 2 on his 15 dial in, but he was 072 on the Christmas tree. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 733 is the dial in for the Tesla out of Edgewater. He'll go up against Kevin Brewington. 660 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be J.D. Anderson picking up the win light here as he goes 736 on his 733 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 6 flat the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll run up against Mark Daniels. 495 is going to be the dial in for Mark. All right, win light's going to come on down there for Aaron Reynolds. He goes dead on 7 with a 17 reaction time as Mark Daniels goes 496 on his 95. He was 033 on the tree. All right, here we go. We got Kelly Hicks coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 457 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. And Tim Pafford out of Adel, Georgia is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 727 dialed in on his S10 pickup. All right, tushing into pits. Tushing into pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. red line started by Tim Pafford is going to give Kelly Hicks the automatic win. Hicks runs dead on 0. So a good run there for Kelly Hicks. Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be his dial in. Going up against April Prince. She'll be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got a 624 dialed in. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Dan Dobson as he goes through with a 652 on his 650 dial in. All right, here we go. We got John Siegel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 569 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against David Hicks over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 486 is going to be the dial in. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street lanes 1 and 2. Pro Motorcycles, you should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Allen, Speed and Machine, Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. go. We got AJ Kelly coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 496 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running against Flying Brian Jones over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 448 is going to be his dial in. All right, 8 mile separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Flying Brian Jones picking up the win line there as he goes dead on 7. As Kelly goes 498 on his 496. And your buy run coming up here for Rob Hall. 612 is going to be his dial in. All right, Rob Hall's got no 11 reaction time, goes dead on 9. Well, looks like we're going to have a test hit coming up here on the Nova. All right, attention in the pits, looking for the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street should be in lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, need you in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman. All right, Roy Johnson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1098 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got an 837 dialed in. All right, red light started by Roy Johnson. It's going to give Dwayne Leachman the automatic win. And Leachman goes through with an 8:39 on his 8:37 dial in. Reginald Harper coming up next, 8:77 is going to be his dial in. Go up against Scott DeLong over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 9:13 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red line start by Scott DeLong is going to give Reginald Harper the automatic win. And the win line's coming on over yours for Reginald Harper on the red line start by Scott DeLong. And it looks like your buy run coming up here next for Thom Boats. He's got 11 flat dialed in. All right, Boats goes through 11:09 on that 11 flat dial in. All right, attention into piss, attention into piss. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Start making your way back to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, need you to make your way back to the lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and over lane 1. All right, here we go with Junior Street. We got Briella Browning coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 11:15 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Flex out of Wesley Chapel. And she'll run up against Tanner Mockney. He's got a 1032 dialed in on the Ford truck. He's out of Bradenton. Actually, he's out of Venice. All right, win line's going to come down there for Briella Browning. And she goes 11:16 on that 11:15 dial in. Tanner breaks out with a 10:27 on his 10:32 dial. All right, once again, need my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9 year olds in 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, to the lanes, please. All right, once again, junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. All right, looks like we got a neck collar that ended up here on the starting line area. So if you're missing your neck collar, looks like it's red in color. Come up here and see Marie at the head of staging. She's got it out there wearing it like a purse. All right, Chad King coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1198 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1192 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. All right, once again, if you're missing your neck collar, we have it up here at the starting line. Red light start there by Jeff Barrier is going to give Chad King the automatic win. And Chad goes through 1199 on his 1198 dial in. Mickey Pierce coming up next. 1132 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. They'll go up against John Lampdola over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1236 will be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, it's a 42,000 difference at the starting line. The win line's coming off for Mickey Pierce. He goes 1134 on his 1132 dial in as Lampdola goes out 1250 on his 1236. Dante de Blasio coming up next. 1169 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And here we're up against Chris Courtney. Courtney's got an 1111 dialed in on the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Gainesville. All right, looks like we got 2/10 of a second, 200ths of a second separate the two at the starting line. And Chris Courtney is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 1123 on his 1111 dial in. Jay Dickinson coming up next, 1670 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll be going up against Dan Salyers. Salyers got a 1205 dialed in on the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. All right, only 1/100th of a second separates the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on down there for Dan Salyers on a double breakout. Salyers breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Dickinson broke out by 2/10,000ths of a second. 2/10,000ths of a second. Robert Simpson coming up next. 1201 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. And he'll be going up against Nico over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. And at the stripe, it's going to be Robert Simpson picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 1205 on his 1201 dial in as Nico Brake goes 1105 on his 11 flat. Alan Hill coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flats to dial in for the 87 Mustang. He'll be going against Blake Scott and the Chevy Corvette. He's got 1175 dialed in. All right, 11th I'll separate these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Scott picking up the win light here as he goes 1178 on his 1175 as Alan Hill breaks out with a 1098 on his 11 flat. Monica Roberts coming up next. 1259 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala, and she'll run up against Kevin Roberts, no relation. 1175, the dial in for the 69 Camaro over here in the Strange Engineering lane. And we got a clean green light start. Looks like Monica a little ahead on the Christmas tree. Let's see if she can parlay that into a victory down on the top end. Here we go. And Monica breaks out by 8 thou and gives Kevin Roberts the automatic win as he goes 1175 with a 3 on his 1175 dial in. Bye run coming up here next for Adam Wills. 1124 is the dial in for the Oldsmobile. All right, Adam Wills goes through at 1126 on his 1124 dial in. And we're going to do a quick test hit here real quick for Scott DeLeon. All right, junior dragsters should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. we go into the junior dragsters, got the 6 to 9 year olds. We got car number 2520 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got 1197 dialed in. Actually, that'll be Shaw Daniel. Car 2520 is going to be over here in the right hand lane. They've got 1190 dialed in. All right, red line start for Shaw Daniel is going to give the automatic win to car number 2520. And they go 1192 at 53. All right, Landon Siegel is going to be coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is going to be your buy run. 1190 dialed in. All right, so Landon Siegel goes 1188 on their 1190 dial in. All right, that'll bring up your next pair as we got Brinley Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be her dial in, going up against Caleb Hamilton. 1390 is the dial in. It's out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. All right, red line start there for Hamilton. Is going to give Holdaway the automatic win. All right, that'll bring up car 202C. 1677 at 34 miles an hour. All right, here we go. We got Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 910 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Lake Butler. Going up against Peyton Duffin out of Wesley Chapel. 891 is going to be your dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, you got 41,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, Weston Daniel is going to pick up the win light here as he goes through with a 912 on this 910 dial in. As Peyton definitely goes out with an 894 on an 891 dial. All right, here we go. We got Johnny Moxley coming up next. 895 is going to be his dial in, going up against Xander Cook. 891 will be his dial in. All right, looks like got 200ths of a second separates these two at the starting line. And Johnny Moxley is going to get the win light here as he goes 898 on his 895 dial in as Xander breaks out by 4,000ths. That'll bring up Wyatt Hicks next. 901 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over there in the Lucas Oil lane and run up against Briella Browning over here in the Strange Engineering lane. She's got 895 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start here in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's coming off for Wyatt Hicks. 905 on his 901 dial in. As Briella Browning also goes 905 on her 895. And it looks like your Byron coming up here from Lincoln McMaster. 890 is going to be his dial in. He's out of the Leon Springs. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hey, Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. AD Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 794 is going to be his dial in. Coming up against Hunter Dowling. 810 will be the dial in over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, this is going to be a competition single here for Caden Holdaway. All right, Kayla Fargo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Aaron Kennedy going to be run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. Both of them got 790 dialed in. And red light start there for Aaron Kennedy. He's going to give Fargo the automatic win light. And Fargo goes through the 791 on that 790. Aaron slows to an 808. Carson Murphy coming up next. 790 is going to be his dial in, going against Claire Tolliver. She's got a 797 dialed in. All right, once again, I'm looking for Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Okay, one light there is going to come on for Carson Murphy, 792 on that 790 dial in. As Claire Tolliver goes out with a 798 on her 97 dial in. She's behind on the Christmas tree just a little bit. All right, once again, looking for Pro-eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Pro-eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro motorcycles lane 7, Super Pro motorcycles lane 7. All right, once again, drivers, please remember, if you are a double entry, when you get called to the lanes, you need to come up immediately to get your first entry into the lanes. So drivers, remember this, if you're a double entry, when you call you to the lanes, double entries need to make their way up to the lanes first. So we aren't waiting on you at the end. All right, here we go back into Gene's Glass Pro Eliminator, and we're going to have Rob Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. They'll go up against Russell Morris over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 694 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 18 thou separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Rob Reynolds picking up the win light here as he goes 645 on his 642 dial in, as Russell Morris goes out with a 695 on his 694. All right, Tim Pafford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 742 is going to be the dial-in for the pickup truck out of Adel, Georgia. He'll go up against James Turner. Turner's got a 699 dialed in. It's out of Keystone Heights in the Mercury Capri. All right, looks like got 23 thou, difference at the starting line. Win line's coming off of Tim Pafford. He goes 746 on his 742. His Turner's car slows to a 709 on his 699 dial-in. David Zinke coming up next. 702 is the dial-in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. He's out of Ponte Vedra going up against Keith Collins Sr. He's got 760 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird out of Keystone Heights. All right, David Zinke's going to pick up the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Keith Collins Sr. broke out by a bunch. Paul Allen coming up next. 694 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Dan Warren out of Melbourne, Florida. 652 is going to be the dial-in for the pickup truck. A red light start for Paul Allen is going to give Dan Warren the automatic win. And Dan Warren goes through the 649 on his 652. Paul Allen goes dead on 8, but he was 006 red. James Evans coming up next. 697 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood. 698 the dial-in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. All right, win light came off for Mike Gaffney as he went through the 706 on that 698 dial-in. Corky Bumpus coming up next. 680 is the dial-in for the Barracuda out of Ocala. He'll run up against Mickey Pierce. 714 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, 32 thou is the difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Mickey Pierce picking up the win on a double breakout. That'll bring up Jeremy Fireball Davis next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. Got 563 dialed in. He'll run up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 733 dial in on the Tesla. All right, attention into pits, The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pros, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pros, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. And your win light's going to come on down there for J.D. Anderson on a double breakout. Robert Simpson coming up next. 765 is going to be the dial-in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. Then we're going up against D. Lichty over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 665 the dial-in for the 69 Camaro. Once again, I'm looking for Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Double entries first. Y'all need to get your double entries into the lanes first. So come on down. If you are double entered and still got 2 entries in it, you need to be in one of the first ones in line. Come on down. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come off of Robert Simpson as he goes dead on 6 and picks up the win. Lichty breaks out with a 663 on his 665. Adam Wills coming up next. 714 is going to be the dial in for the Olds Cutlass. He'll be going up against Tony Gambardella. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu Wagon. Red light start for Adam Wills is going to give Tony Gambardella the automatic win light. And he goes through with a 667 on that 642. All right, once again, looking for a Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Double entries. You should be starting into the lanes early on. Double entries. If you've got 2 cars in, you need to be getting into the lanes right off the bat. Come on down. All right, here we go to the Super Pro Motorcycles. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 554 dialed in. And Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 551 dialed in. All right, win line's going to come off for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. as he goes 555 on his 554 dial in. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. breaks out by 2,000ths of a second. All right, looks like your buy run getting ready to come out next. This is going to be Mike Lakoski. Lakoski's got a 555 dial in. He's out of Fleming Island. All right, Lakoski goes through the 554 on his 555. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. All right, got a test pass coming up here for Jackie Bennett in this Top Sportsman Camaro. mark. Still went 429 at 163 at the 8th. 721 at 145 on the back end. All right, here we go as we're getting ready to go back into Super Pro. All right, here we go as we got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in. Going against John Siegel over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 601 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, only 1 foul separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Flying Brian Jones gets the win right here as he goes 450 on that 448. And Siegel breaks out by 6 thousandths. Dan Dobson coming up next. 650 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Daniel Young over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 640 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. It's out of Newport Richie. And we got a clean green light start. One of them's real good. One of them's just a little bit late. And Daniel Young is going to make this happen. He is a 002, goes 645 on his 640. Dobson breaks out by 7 thousandths. All right, here comes Tolliver. 27A is the car number. 645 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Randy Banger. He's got a 493 dialed in. All right, then my Pro Bikes to lane 7, please. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsman, make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Red light start there for Tolliver. Is going to give Banger the automatic win light. The Banger goes through the 495 on his 493 dial in. All right, Randy Holbrook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 646 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll go up against Lou Hawthorne. Lou over there in the Strange Engineering lane's got a 457 dialed in. All right, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Lou Hawthorne picking up the win line here as he goes through with a 457 with a 0 on a 57 dial in. Good run there for Lou. That's going to bring up Ernie Griggs next. 745 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. He'll run up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn's out of Alachua, Florida. He's got a 556 dialed in on his Chevy Monza. Red light start there by Mr. Griggs. Is going to give Glenn Newmans the automatic win light. Glenn goes dead on one, but he's 035 on the tree. Still gets the win light. Mr. Griggs goes 008 red, 749 on his 745. David Hicks coming up next. 486 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. Going up against John Siegel over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 567 the dial in for the Chevy 2. All right, 16th hour difference at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Siegel getting the win line here, 569 on his 67 dial in, as Hicks slows to a 491 on his 486. AJ Kelly coming up next. 498 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Rob Hall from Dade City, Florida. 613 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. All right, 6,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Rob Hall getting the win line here, 615 on the 613 dial in, as Kelly breaks out by 9,000. That'll bring up Kelly Hicks. 456 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Elkton. He'll run up against Billy Highhouse over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 585 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. All right, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Kelly Hicks picking up the win light here as he goes dead on 7 with a 004 reaction time. High House goes 588 on his 585. Sherby Powell coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. He'll go up against Darwin Garcia out of Eustis, Florida. 584 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, 16,000 separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Garcia picking up the win light here as he goes 586 on his 584 dial in. As Sherby breaks out by 3 thousandths. And that'll bring up car number R265. 621 is going to be the dial in going against the dragster number 221. It's got a 467 dialed in. All right, win line's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane, 623 on a 621. He had a 005 reaction time as the dragster goes 468 on a 467, but behind on the Christmas tree by 74 hundredths of a second, or 74 thousandths of a second. Kurt Banks coming up next. 541 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Hastings. He'll go up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 733 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. All right, 17,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be J.D. Anderson picking up the win light here as he goes 733 on his 733 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Junior Street. Make your way in lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6 flat to dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going to run up against Flying Brian Jones over here in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 448 dialed in. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman should be in lanes 5 and 6. Pro Bikes should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes, you should be in lane 7. red light started by Aaron Reynolds is going to give Flying Brian Jones the automatic win. He goes dead on 6 with a 15 reaction time. I'm going to bring up the buy run here next for Nate Hamilton. He's got a 5:57 dialed in. He's out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. All right, Hamilton goes through with a 560 on his 5:57. All right, so here we go back into the pro motorcycles. Once again, look for Junior Street. Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. Oh, red light start there for both drivers, but the better red light's going to go to Reginald Harper. So he's going to get the one light. He goes 9:11 on his 8:79 dial in. Tom Moats goes out with a 11:16 on his 11 flat. Byron coming up here next for Dwayne Leachman. 8:37 is going to be his dial in. All right, Leachman goes through with an 8:34 on his 8:37 dial in. All right, Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track at Jacksonville. Jeremy Fireball Davis out of Palm Coast over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Jeremy Davis goes 8:45 at 124 miles an hour. Larry Berger is going to go through with a 13:41 at 100. All right, Scott DeLong coming up next. This is another time run. All right, got another time run coming up here. This is going to be on the dragster 2768. All right, attention in the piss, attention in piss, junior dragsters, junior dragsters. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes. Sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Junior street, you should be in the lanes. All right, so this is going to be our junior street final round. And looks like we're going to have Briella Browning going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Caden Holdaway will be running over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, so Browning's got 11:15 dialed in. Holdaway with a 11:06 dial in. All right, only 6 thou separates the two in the starting line. And the win line is going to come on down there for Caden Holdaway as he goes through 11:12 on 11:06. Briella breaks out with an 11:11 on her 11:15. All right, once again, need those junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, start making your way back into the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to make your way back to the staging lanes, please. we go into Sportsman, and we got Robert Simpson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:01 is going to be the dial-in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. Going up against Blake Scott. He's out of Pinetta, Florida. 11:75 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Corvette. All right, we got a clean green light start. One's real good, one's late. Robert Simpson's going to get the win light here as he goes 12:05 on his 12:01 dial-in. Blake Scott goes 11:76 on his 11:75. But Robert was 0:15 on the tree, and Blake was 1:12. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 11:75 is going to be the dial-in for the 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne. Going up against Mickey Pierce. 82 Camaro's got 11:30 dialed in. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, looks like we got 55 hundredths of a second difference at the starting line. And Kevin Roberts is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 11:80 on his 11:75. He was 004 on the tree as Mickey Pierce runs closer to the dial-in as he was 11:31 on his 11:30, but he was 0:59. Adam Wills coming up next. 11:24 is going to be the dial-in for the Oldsmobile. Going up against Dan Salyers. Salyers got 12:03 dialed in on the 71 Monte Carlo out of Reddick. Red light start by Adam Wills is going to give Salyers the automatic win. And Salyers goes through with a 12:11 on his 12:03 dial-in. Chad King coming up next. 11:98 is going to be the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Chris Courtney. Chris got 11:10 dialed in on his 77 Trans Am. All right, looks like got about 12 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And Chris Courtney is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 11:11 on that 11:10 dial-in. Good run there for Chris as Chad King breaks out by 2 thousandths. All right, looks like you got a couple of test passes coming up here as Scott DeLeon's got to run over here on the Lucas Oil lane, and Mitchell Gunner is going to run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, Scott DeLeon's going to make it to the stripe first. He goes 11:50 to 115 as Mitch goes through with a 13:11 at 105. right, attention into pits, Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, I want y'all to lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Landon Siegel over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going up against car number 2520 there in the Strange Engineering lane. Wind line's coming on for Landon Siegel, 1204 on 1190. Moving on into the next round. Brian Holdaway coming up next. Looks like she's going to be your buy run. 1197 is going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Once again, attention into pits. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, Brian goes through with a 1202 on her 1197. All right, buy runs coming up here next for Super Pro is going to be C277. Pro Eliminator is going to be 250Y. It'll be Daniel Young. All right, here we go back into our junior dragsters. This should be the 10 to 12-year-olds. We got Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 910 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Johnny Moxley over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 895 is going to be his dial in. Red light start for Johnny Moxley is going to give Weston Daniel the automatic red light. And he goes through the 907 on his 910 dial in. I'll bring up Wyatt Hicks next. 791 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Lincoln McMaster out of Leon Springs. He's got a 902 dialed in. All right, 31 pound difference at the starting line. And Lincoln McMaster is going to pick up the win light here as he goes 908 on his 902. Wyatt Hicks also goes 908 on his 902. McMaster is a little better on the Christmas tree. All right, Carson Murphy over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Caden Holdaway over there in the Strange Engineering lane. Win light comes off for Caden Holdaway, 813 on his 803 dial in. He'll be moving on into the next round. Carson Murphy bows out with a 792 on his 790 dial in. All right, it'll bring up Caitlin Fargo. $791 is going to be her dial in. And Fargo is going to go through with a 785 on that 791 dial in. All right, once again, I'm looking for Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. All right, here we go. Back to Pro-eliminator. We got Mickey Pierce coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 714 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Tony Gambardella. 642 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu wagon. He'll run out here in the Strange Engineering lane. Red line start by Mickey Pierce is going to give Tony Gambardella the automatic win. And he goes through with his 679 on a 642 dial-in. Robert Simpson coming up next. 763 is going to be the dial-in for the Nova. He'll go up against Tim Pafford over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 740 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup. The red light start by Robert Simpson is going to give Tim Pafford the automatic win. And Pafford goes through the 741 on his 740 dial-in. I'll bring up J.D. Anderson next. 733 is the dial-in for the Tesla out of Edgewater. And we're up against Mike Gaffney. Gaffney's got 698 dialed in on the 77 AMC Gremlin. All right, J.D. Anderson's going to pick up the win line here as he goes through with a 737 on his 733 dial-in. Mike Gaffney breaks out by 3 thousandths. All right, if you got a golf cart parked in lanes 1 and 2, you need to get them out of the staging lanes. Dan Warren coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 649 is going to be the dial-in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. They're going up against David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. 701 is going to be the dial-in for the Plymouth Duster. Red light start by Dan Warren is going to give David Zinke the automatic win light. And David goes through with a 7 flat on his 701 dial. All right, here comes your buy run for Rob Reynolds. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, attention in the piss, attention in the piss. Junior dragsters, junior dragsters. Start making your way back into the lanes, junior dragsters. Make your way into lane 6 and 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lanes 2, 13 and older lane 1. Sportsman, sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. All right, looks like this is going to be your Super Pro Bike final round. And we're going to have a heads-up run. Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to dial 554. Mike McCoskey is going to dial 554. All right, once again, looking for Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes as well. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 in lane 2. 13 and older lane 1. Let's start making our way back into the lanes with the juniors. Pro bikes, pro bikes. You make your way into lane 7. Pro motorcycles, lane 7. Red light start by Sandy Rodriguez is going to give Mike Lakoski the automatic win. Sandy run dead on 2. Lakoski broke out by 7, but he'll still pick up the win. All right, here we go to Super Pro. And it looks like we're going to have Flying Brian Jones is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against Lou Hawthorne. He'll be over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 457 is going to be his dial in. make 12th out difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Brian Jones picking up the win light here as he goes 452 on his 448 dial-in. He was 011 on the tree. Lou Hawthorne goes 468 on his 457. He was 023. Jared Barnes coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Tallahassee. He's got a 622 dial-in. And here we're up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Strange Engineering lanes. 556 is the dial-in for Glenn. He's out of Alachua. All right, Jared Barnes got a perfect reaction time going on, but he breaks out and gives the race back to Glenn Newman's. Glenn goes 557 on his 556 as Jared Barnes breaks out with a 620 on his 622. That'll bring up John Siegel next. 568 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy 2 Nova. He'll be going up against Randy Banger over there in the Strange Engineering lane. He's got a 496 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Siegel getting the win light here. 570 on a 568 dial-in. As Banger breaks out by 5 thousandths. That'll bring up Kelly Hicks next. 456 is going to be the dial-in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Darwin Garcia. 586 is going to be the dial-in for the Mustang out of Eustis, Florida. All right, 19th out, separate the two at the start. Here we go to this stripe. It's going to be Hicks picking up the win light. So he goes 462 on his 456 dial-in. As Darwin Garcia slows to a 624 on his 686 dial-in. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 733 is going to be the dial-in for the Tesla out of Edgewater. He'll run up against Nate Hamilton out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. 560 is his dial-in. All right, 2,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Anderson picking up the win light here as he goes 735 on his 733. Hamilton goes 564 on his 560 dial-in. All right, what's the Sportsman? The guys 5 and 6 Sportsman lanes. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1.
Sorry we had no subtitles for a little while. I've been having to work on my car and see what was wrong with it since had some mechanical issues during the second round of eliminations. So I've been tending to that. Hey, since we got a little break in the race in action, we're going to go to a commercial real quick. So bear with us. We'll be right back.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, Brian Jones, get you back to the lanes. Brian Jones, get you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. He's got up against Rob Hall over here in the front engineering lane. 613 is going to be his dial in. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Brian Jones is going to get the win light here as he goes 450 on a 448 dial in. Rob Hall bows out with a 616 on his 613 dial in. And your Byron coming up here next for Daniel Young. 642 is the dial in for the Firebird. All right, Daniel Young goes 637 on his 642 dial in. All right, so this looks like the Pro Bike final round, and we're going to have Reginald Harper over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 879 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast. And Dwayne Leachman out of Wildwood, 833 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here in the right-hand lane. All right, one's good, one's real late. And Dwayne Leachman is going to get the win light here as he goes 849 on his 833 dial in. And Reginald Harper breaks out with an 877 on his 879. All right, Butterstar goes through with a 935, 138. All right, here we go back into Sportsman. And we got Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1176 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Dan Salyers. Salyers got 1211 dialed in on the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, we got green light starts in both lanes. And here we go, the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Kevin Roberts as he goes 1177 on his 1176 dial in. Salyers bows out with a 1218 on a 1211. Robert Simpson coming up next. 1205 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Chris Courtney. He'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 1111 is going to be the dial in for the Trans Am. And Chris Courtney is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. And he goes 1114 on his 1111 as Simpson goes 1204 on his 1205. Right, tension into pits, tension into pits. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, make your way back to lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. All right, looks like this is going to be your final round here for the 6 to 9 year olds. And we got Landon Siegel coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1193 is going to be the dial in. Going against Briley Holdaway. 1203 is going to be your dial in. She'll run over here in the Strange Engineering lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2 for pairing. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 for pairing. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to lanes 3 and 4 for pairing. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4 for pairing. Sportsman, cool them and fuel them, get them back to lanes 5 and 6. All right, Landon Siegel picks up the win light there. He goes 12 flat on that 1193 dial in. As Brian Lee goes out with a 1206 on her 1203. All right, so here we are with the 10 to 12 year olds. Looks like we've got Weston Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 910 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Lake Butler. Going against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Strange Engineering lane. 902 is his dial in. He's out of DeLeon Springs. All right, we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Lincoln McMaster as he goes 906 on his 902 dial in. All right, Caden Holdaway coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 803 is his dial in, going up against Caitlin Fargo. 790 is going to be her dial in. red light's going to come on for Fargo on a double red light start. And Fargo goes through with 866 on that 790. 8 flat on 803 there for Kate. All right, once again, we should have Pro Eliminator in the lanes. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, need you in the lanes. All right, here we go back into Pro Eliminator, and we got Tim Pafford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 741 is going to be the dial in for the pickup truck out of Adel, Georgia. He'll run up against David Zinke over here in the Strange Engineering lane. 7 flat the dial in for the 74 Plymouth Duster. All right, looks like we got 65 hundredths of a second, 65 thou difference. Tim Pafford is going to get the win light here as he goes 745 on his 741 dial in. David goes out with a 702 on his 7 flat. He was behind on the Christmas tree 020 to an 085. That'll bring J.D. Anderson up next as he's got 735 dialed in on the Tesla. He'll run up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Strange Engineering in the Malibu wagon. He's got a 642 dialed in. All right, once again, folks, do not park golf carts in the staging lanes. Please do not park your golf carts in the staging lanes when we're trying to run a race. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down there for Rob Reynolds. He goes dead on with a 6. as Anderson breaks out by 4 thousandths.
Oh, well, I was assuming they were going to do some track prep, but I think they're just moving some equipment out of the way so they can start doing some photos.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, the Mustang goes through with a 10:03 at 1:07. All right, here we go and do Super Pro. And we got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be the dial in for the drag show to Orange Park. He'll run up against Daniel Young. 637 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Newport Richey. start there by Daniel Young is going to give Brian Jones the automatic win. And Jones goes through the 451 on his 448 dial-in. Byron coming up here next for Kelly Hicks. 456 is going to be his dial-in. All right, Kelly Hicks goes 457 on that 456. J.D. Anderson coming up next, 733 is the dial in for the Tesla. Going up against John Siegel over there in the Strange Engineering lane, 569 the dial in for the Chevy 2. And the wind light's coming on for J.D. Anderson as he goes dead on with a 1. Picks the wind light up. Siegel went dead on with a 3. All right, Brian Jones, let's get it cooled and fueled to get her back in the lanes, please. Pitching it appears. I need JD Anderson to the staging lanes, please. JD Anderson, we need you to the staging lanes for a rerun, please. All right, here's our final pair here in this round of Super Pro. Flying Brian Jones is going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 448 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Glenn Newmans. Glenn's got a 556 dialed in on the Chevy Monza out of Alachua. Clean green light start in both lanes. So here we go. The stripe, the wind light's going to come on for Flying Brian Jones. He goes 451 on that 448. Glenn Newmans bows out with a 559 on his 556 dial in. Brian was a little better on the tree, 013 to an 031. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. JD Anderson, need you to the staging lanes, please. JD Anderson, need you to the staging lanes, please. .850, 124 was Jeremy Davis. All right, folks, so you need to move the golf carts out of the staging lanes. We got cars we're trying to get out on the track. Come on. We ask this every time we're out here. All right, this is our Sportsman final round. Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1176 is going to be the dial-in. Go up against Chris Courtney. Chris with an 1113 dial-in on the Trans Am. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like 19th thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and your win line's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney. As he goes 11:20 on 11:13 dial in. Kevin Roberts goes 11:82 on his 11:76.
Okay, this is going to be a rerun.
All right, this is a rerun from a little bit earlier as we got J.D. Anderson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Tesla going against John Siegel and the Chevy 2. He'll be over there in the Strange Engineering lane. we got 3/100ths of a second difference at the starting line. And the win line's going to come on down there for John Siegel as he goes 571 on his 569 dial-in as J.D. Anderson breaks out with a 730 on his 733 dial. All right, attention to the pits, Pro and Super Pro. Pro and Super Pro, get them back in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 3 and 4. If you're still in it, let's get them back to the lanes. All right, once again, if you're still in it and you're in Pro and Super Pro, you need to get the cars back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro, if you're still in the race, get your cars back to the lanes now. All right, here we go. Rob Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 642 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu wagon. Running against Tim Pafford at Adel, Georgia. 741 is going to be his dial-in.
Everything they're deciding this is going to be the final.
All right, we got a green light start. Looks like we got about 7th hour difference in the starting line. Here we go to stripe. Wind lights coming on over there for Tim Pafford. 742 on a 741 dial-in. Good run there for him. Rob Reynolds bows out with a 648 on his 642. He was ahead on the tree, 044 to an 051.
Actually, we had tested. Sorry about that.
All right, this is a test pass here from Michael Hart.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, here we go back into Super Pro. John Siegel is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy 2 Nova. He'll be running up against James Kelly Hicks. Hicks got a 456 dialed in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. go. They're staged up and ready to go. And we got clean green lights starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe and the win light. It's going to come on for Kelly Hicks. And he goes through the 459 on his 456 dial in. He was 003 on the tree. Siegels 033. Went 570 on his 568. All right, looks like we got Byron coming up here for Ryan Jones. 448 is going to be the dial.
All right, we're going to let them cool down, get them back around in the staging lanes, and we'll have our final and Super Pro, and we can look forward till tomorrow as we will return here for race number 10. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of weather overnight, but it should be pretty much cleared out by 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So we can hopefully get right back into first round of eliminations on Sunday pretty quickly. So bear with us. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
right, sir, this looks like we're down to one race left. So Kelly Hicks and Brian Jones sends out Coleman Gould. Get back into staging lanes, please, so we can put this thing to bed for the evening. right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Billy Hicks, Brian Bryant, come on down. Keep the final round taken care of. Billy Hicks, Brian Jones, come on down.
right, here we go with our final round coming up. We had to wait for them to cool them and fuel them.